Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
So, good morning, everybody. Please take a seat, including the speaker and other speakers as well. So, good morning, everybody. And thank you all that participated in yesterday's dinner at the National Museum. Welcome to the Swedish Parliament and our former second chamber, the lower house. And we are now gathering today here for the COSAC Chairperson meeting. And it's the first real big parliamentarian meeting during the EU presidency. We have interpretations, at least to 6 languages. I'm going to use the opportunity to use my native language as an honor to my language. I think that is one of the strengths that we have in Europe, that we are a puzzle of cultures and languages, but we have the common values. And with this and no further other things, I'm going to welcome the first speaker. It's an honor to have my good friend, the Speaker of the Swedish Parliament, Dr. Andreas Norlén, and he's giving the address to the COSAC Chairpersons meeting. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. This will be in Swedish, so headphones on, please. For most of you, anyway. Ärade gäster, ärade parlamentskollegor från hela Europa.
Honourable guests, honourable members of parliaments across Europe, it is a great honour for me to welcome you to Stockholm and to the Parliament of Sweden, the Riksdag. We are here today in the beautiful second chamber halls of the Riksdag, and the walls in here likely have heard everything imaginable in terms of political messages. Many important decisions were made in here, not least the historic swing of the gavel in 1918, when the Riksdag made the decision on principle to introduce universal equal suffrage, and I will get back to that point in a few moments. When the bicameral parliament was introduced in Sweden in 1866, there was a need for a new Parliament building with 2 plenary chambers. At the same time, there was a need for a new building for the Swedish Central Bank, and after many considerations, both of these 2 national buildings were located to this island of Helgeandsholmen in close proximity of the Royal Palace. In 1967, a decision was adopted to transition to a unicameral system, and there was a need for new premises again. The Parliament building, this one, and the Central Bank building, the Western building, were interconnected physically, and became the new single-chamber Parliament. This building was revamped into the committee building, and the former second chamber where we are today is still in use for political discussions, for meetings such as today's conference. The rooms have their original design and interiors. Upholstery on the chairs is still the same dark crimson color as when they were first manufactured, and some of the members' seats have no tables. They were referred to as the coachman's benches and were intended for members of the first chamber who wanted to come in here to listen to the debates in the second chamber. No matter which seat or place you have been located to today, you are all very warmly welcome to our Riksdag. Honourable members, the presidency of Sweden of the European Union Council is a significant and important task, both for the Riksdag and for our government. The Riksdag is responsible for the parliamentary dimension of the presidency. We will host 8 interparliamentary conferences, 6 here in our Riksdag building, 1 digital conference, and 1 conference in collaboration with the European Parliament to take place in Brussels. At the regular conferences, our members will, amongst other things, discuss economic matters in an uncertain geopolitical time, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, Arctis, the single market of the European Union, the work of Europol and European police cooperation to combat serious and organized crime. 3 of the conferences will be of a thematic nature to reflect some of the main issues on the political agenda of the European Union. The first of those thematic conferences will be held in February, a digital conference on circular bioeconomy, the path to a more innovative, resource-efficient and competitive Europe. The purpose of this conference is both to build a platform to have an exchange of ideas and best practices within the framework of bioeconomy and also to identify future possibilities and challenges in the area. The second thematic conference will be organized in the Riksdag in April, focusing on challenges and opportunities for the future energy supply of the Union. The conference will deal with matters of the future energy system of the EU, with focus on competition between companies and preconditions for an innovative and dynamic business community and industry. And the third and final thematic conference will be organized in the Riksdag in June on the topic of democracy in Europe. One of the priorities for the Swedish presidency is to strengthen the principle of rule of law in the EU, and the conference therefore intends to give all us members an opportunity to discuss the path forward in that important area. Honourable members, EU is built on values such as respect for every person's dignity, human rights, freedom, rule of law and democracy, and EU promotes peace and European values. National parliaments are the pillar stone of each democracy, and it is our duty as national parliaments in the EU to stand up for our values and ensure that we have a well-functioning union. And to express it in a more poetic manner, the Swedish Nobel laureate Harry Martinson says in his epic poem called Aniara, "There is a protection to be found against almost everything, against fire and injuries through storm and cold. Yes, you may enumerate anything you wish, but there is no guard, no protection against the human being. No, indeed, there is no protection against ourselves. If we choose not to stand up as a parliament, as a member, to form a shield of light to defend humanity and democracy, it's more relevant than ever, now considering things such as the brutal war waged by Russia in Ukraine. During the previous term of office, the Riksdag celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. It was in the years between 1918 and 22 that a succession of parliamentary decisions led to the democratic breakthrough with universal suffrage for both men and women. In other member states, the path to democracy may have looked different, but in all member states, democracy is worth defending. We celebrate 500 years as a national sovereign country in Sweden this year. The Riksdag is contributing to this jubilee by highlighting different forms of parliamentary work through the centuries. And from a long historic perspective, it is indeed a new feature that the Riksdag is taking part in the important interparliamentary cooperation in the European Union. But this is something we do with great pleasure, and this spring with a particular sense of pride, since we are the ones who are responsible for leading the work, and we have the pleasure of welcoming all of you to Stockholm. A warm welcome to you all once again. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. At least in Swedish it was excellent. I hope the translation was as good as the speech. Thank you so much, Dr. Andreas Norlén. Now I'm going to switch over to Swedish. Innan vi går vidare.
Before we proceed, I would like to take the opportunity to say welcome to some new colleagues. And first we start with the Scandinavian, Niels Flemming Hansen, who is the chair of the EU committee in the Danish parliament. And then Vasily Dinchu, chair of the Romanian Senate's EU committee. And Andres Sprutz. Where are you, Mr. Anders Sprutz? There you are, welcome. chair of the Latvian Seimas EU committee, and a well-known Latvian representative. And then Mr. Alessandro Gigio-Vigna, chair of the Congress of Deputies EU committee. Welcome. Welcome to the first COSAC Chairpersons meeting. And then some practical information before we proceed with the agenda proper. I have already mentioned that we have interpretation into these languages that you see that we'll be using during this day, and you also have information about interpretation on your tables. To ask for the floor, you have a tablet in front of you, and it has been pre-programmed with your name, which means that that is the particular tablet that you have to use, or you will turn into someone else. And that is also why it is important that you use the seats that have been assigned to you. And this tablet is not a gratitude, it's not a gift. Please leave it here when you leave after today's meeting. You can ask for the floor once the session has started and throughout the session. And then you press the red button where it says request to speak, and then you save. And then you will see a text reading you are on the speakers list, bottom left on the tablet. And if the program were to close by mistake, you have a shortcut on your tablet to find your way back. And if need be, I think we have staff over there. They were waving, and they will help you out if need be. You activate the microphone by pressing the top black button. And speaking time will be 1.5 minutes, and please try to stick to that time. And in Sweden, 1.5 minutes, that equals 90 seconds. Let me also say that this meeting will be filmed and streamed, so you will be watched. Finally, if you have any other questions, we have staff here who will help you out the best they can. So those were the practical matters, and I think we're this far sticking to our timetable. We now have 30 minutes for our procedural matters. So, dear colleagues, let us proceed with the agenda for today's meeting. It has been distributed leading up to this meeting. To be brief, to summarize, we have 2 sessions. We have Session 1, Organized Crime, and Session 2 will be a presentation of the priorities of the Swedish presidency of the Council of Ministers. Any comments this far? If not, can we approve this agenda for this meeting? That being said, thank you for your monumental support. I find that the agenda has been adopted. And then we move on to the presentation of the items discussed by the Troika meeting yesterday. The Czech Republic, Sweden, Spain, and the European Parliament met yesterday to prepare for today's meeting, and the following items were discussed. The draft outline of the COSAC plenary meeting, the 39th plenary meeting that will take place in Stockholm, here in this building, between the 14th and 16th of May this year. And we're planning the following sessions. The Swedish presidency in the Council of the European Union. And here we expect a representative of the Swedish government to talk about the Swedish presidency. Secondly, we also have the single market celebrating 30 years. The single market was launched in 1993 and is one of the cornerstones in the European collaboration. And we want to highlight this fact that the largest border-free financial collaborative area, our single market, now turns 2030. And the single market is a growth engine for trade, investments, and also the flow of capital within the European Union. Thirdly, we have to promote a green transition. The EU has set itself ambitious climate objectives, and to reach those and to counteract climate change, we have to promote the green transition within all areas that are prioritized by the European Parliament, the Commission, and the Council. And then finally, and maybe most importantly, Ukraine. The last session will be devoted to Ukraine and the rebuilding of the country. And of course, the discussions will depend on what the situation with this aggression towards Ukraine, what the situation is like then. And we think that we'll have interesting discussions, be able to exchange experiences, and we hope that we also, where we have the debate on the single market, will have more of a dynamic debate where there will be Q&A sessions and discussions also with invited guests and experts. We're now working on inviting keynote speakers, and we hope to get a good mix, representatives from the EU institutions, our parliaments, and also various experts. And I now repeat my request that I introduced yesterday to the Troika. If you have good proposals for guests that could participate, please let us know, the Swedish Secretariat or our representatives in Brussels. We welcome any and all ideas. And that being said, let me now ask at this Chairpersons meeting if there is someone who wishes to comment the plans for the May meeting and these 4 items. If not, I say thank you, and we continue with our agenda. And I would here like to briefly tell you about the outline of the 39th biannual report. The 39th biannual report will have 3 chapters, and the contents will be based on the survey. The first chapter will deal with Fit for 55, and the second chapter will focus on national parliaments and how they can be involved in rapid decision-making in the EU during crises. And the last chapter will be about IPEX. The survey will be sent out to delegations no later than February 15th, and we expect your replies no later than March 16th. And that being said, letters received. Letters received. We have received letters from the United Kingdom, Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, Georgia, and Kosovo concerning participation at the COSAC Chairpersons meeting and also the COSAC plenary meeting. And it is a pleasure to welcome them. And an applause.
Avslutningsvis.
And the presidency and other Troika members have also received a letter from our dear colleague Jean-François Rapin from the French Senate with a proposal to discuss matters having to do with ethics, corruption and transparency. The presidency thinks that this is a very interesting proposal. It is important to discuss corruption and the view our parliaments. After discussing this with the Troika yesterday, we plan for a video conference as soon as possible, probably in April, where we will discuss this very important topic. We're going to invite the relevant EU commissioner, and this video conference will have the same shape, the same format as previous video conferences arranged by previous presidencies. And we hope that we'll be able to have everything set up for April. And that takes us to other matters to be dealt with. And here I would like to discuss 2 items. The previous website of COSAC, cosac.eu. You can still reach it online, but the contents has been fully migrated to the IPEX platform, and the previous website is no longer being updated. And COSAC has already drawn the conclusion that this website should be closed, and we need to continue and actually do that. And I would like to ask our permanent representative, Bruno Diaz-Pinheiro, to give us a quick background on the proposal as to how to continue. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and many thanks for the possibility to explain this. As the Chair has mentioned, currently we have two COSAC websites, one which is obsolete and the other one which is hosted on IPEX. This COSAC.eu was the first website that COSAC had. It was established by the Danish Parliament back in the days. The Conference of Speakers has decided that IPEX should serve as the one-stop shop for all the interparliamentary conferences, hosting namely all the information relating to them. COSAC has also in Tallinn, in Sofia and in Helsinki expressed support for the IPEX platform to be the host of the COSAC content. There was a period in which the contents were being migrated from COSAC.eu into IPEX, in which both sites were active and coexisting, but since October 2021, with the launch of the version 3 of IPEX, this transitional period is now over. Therefore, a decision needs to be made by COSAC to close this process. Our suggestion is that this decision is taken by the COSAC meeting in May, in the conclusions, with the paragraph saying that the old website is obsolete, no longer needs to be active, and we could then overcome the two issues. One is it's financial, because the old website still costs COSAC money, and also quality of information, because if anyone Googles COSAC, it will be led to the old website and not to IPEX, and if the old website is no longer active, this problem will cease to exist. So COSAC in May should take a decision on this and terminate the old website. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Excellent. Vår avsikt från ordförande...
And the presidency intends to include a section relating to this in the conclusion of the meeting from COSAC plenary, so that we can formally close that website. The other matter I want to discuss is the financing of the function as a permanent COSAC representative, something that is dealt with in our rules of procedure in 9.5. The current financing of that COSAC representatives runs over the period January 1st, 2022 until 31st of December 2023, a 2-year period, and all parliaments are contributing. And to ensure continuity and continued financing, the Swedish presidency will start to work with renewing the financial commitments from all parliament that wish to contribute to the continued work for the period January 1st to 2024 till 31st of December 2025, a new 2-year period, in other words. And as a first step, after this chairpersons meeting, we're going to send a request out to all parliament where we ask them to present their position on the usual letter of intent about co-financing of the permanent COSAC representative. And dear colleagues, those were all the all the procedural matters that we have. And I open up for comments relating to all of these procedural issues. And Danuta Jaslovenska from Poland has asked for the floor. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have to resignate from the floor. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. The floor is still open for comments from colleagues, remarks, questions of all the administrative matters. No one? In that case, I proceed, and I switch over to Swedish, because Swedish is also Finland's second language. They had 2 languages in Finland, and I know now going to address our colleague from Finland. Innan vi går vidare så vill jag
Before we proceed, I want to say that we've also received a letter from our Finnish colleague Satu Hassi, who is the chair of the Grand Committee of the Finnish Parliament. And Satu has been active as a parliamentarian for a very long time, but has now decided to not stand for re-election when the Finnish elections will be held in April, 2nd of April. So this will be the last time she participates in a COSAC meeting. And Satu, you're a very well-liked colleague, and you have lots of knowledge and experiences, and you have contributed to very interesting discussions during our COSAC meetings. Thank you, dear colleagues, and best of luck with your future endeavors. And I would like all of us to say thank you with a round of applause.
So, kiitos, Satu. Satu, please.
Well, tack så mycket.
Thank you very much.
It's on one hand sad to leave this cooperation, but it has been a very big pleasure to be part of this process. It has been very interesting time, starting from the Finnish presidency, which was the last one before pandemic and the war. And then we got the pandemic, and 1 year ago, the Russian full-scale attack against Ukraine. And well, I think that all these years have shown the importance of European cooperation and European unity and the feeling of togetherness among nations and parliaments and people in the European Union. So a very warm thank to all colleagues and all the best for you, for everybody.
Tack, Satu.
Thank you, Satu. And the chair knows, and only if you're a chair you know how much work this is to chair such a big committee as you've been doing in Finland. So thank you for everything you've been doing. Thank you for your work, working for democracy here in Europe. And that being said, there are no other items concerning procedural issues, so I intend to leave that agenda item and continue with our sessions. And this is a pleasure and a joy, and I see over here to the right that we also have our 3 speakers here, led by Ylva Johansson, our commissioner. So no one else has requested to speak, which means that we continue with session 1. What can the EU do to fight organized crime? And we have 3 speakers. We have our European Commissioner in charge of Home Affairs, Ylva Johansson, and let me stress that I think this is very important and very valuable that we have this commissioner here in person to talk with us at the COSAC Chairpersons meeting. So thank you for coming, Ylva Johansson. We also have Mr. Johan Olsson, Head of National Operations Department, the Swedish Police, and we have Anna-Karin Hildingsson-Boqvist, Secretary General, ECPAT Sweden. And you're all 3 of you most welcome speakers. And we actually are a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we'll be able to ruin that still. But I would now like to hand over the floor to our Commissioner, Ylva Johansson. Welcome back to your old parliament.
Thank you. Tack så mycket, Hans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's really great to be back in the Swedish Parliament. I was actually elected member of this Parliament the first time in 1988. I'm very old, as you can understand. So I spend a lot of time, of course, in this parliament. Can I also say warmly welcome to Stockholm to all of you. We meet now when it is almost 1 year since Putin started his aggression and invasion of Ukraine. We are having a war in Europe, and this, of course, is the overarching issue for all of us. Putin has failed to conquer Ukraine because he made a very important, he underestimated Ukrainian people and their resilience, their commitments, their strength, their fighting spirit. He also has failed to divide Europe because he also underestimated our unity, our commitment, and our strong support for Ukraine. Europe has never been more united than we are right now in the support of Ukraine and with the unprecedented sanctions towards Russia. I would like to start by thanking you all from the national parliament for your important role in making us this strong and united against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This weekend has been a terrible weekend in Stockholm. We had a shooting on Saturday evening in a sushi restaurant just in the close neighborhood to the city, where a 15-year-old boy was shot dead. Also now another child, a young man under 18, is arrested with a suspicion of being part of this crime. Also this last weekend we had 2 explosions, also in the close neighborhood here in Stockholm. So this also shows what's going on in our Europe right now. I should say that the threat of organized crime is one of the biggest threats of our time. If Putin and the war is the biggest external threat, I should say that organized crime is the biggest internal threat that we are facing. We are all concerned about terrorism, and rightly so. We have seen that the jihadist terrorism threat is still present. It has not gone down. And at the same time, the right-wing terrorism has been on the rise. We saw recently when the German police very successfully cracked down a far-right terrorist plot to overthrow the government. Here in Sweden, the terrorist threat is at level 3. An attack could happen when we least expect it. Last year, a man attacked several people with a knife in Vetlanda and wounded them. Another man murdered Ingmarie Wieselgren at Gotland. Ingmarie worked for me when I was Minister for Health. We became very close, and she was attacked and stabbed to death during the political event in Almedalen. This attack was not considered a terrorist attack, but the killer was found guilty of preparing terrorist crime because he also prepared to kill other important people, also including a very important female party leader. Last year in Sweden, we saw 90 bomb attacks and 388 shootings, killing 61 people. Sweden is not unique, but when it comes to shooting, we should say that Sweden is in the top. These attacks wound us as society very deeply. I should say that these attacks are as dangerous as terrorist attacks. So I think that how we deal with the organized criminal threat is really one of the most important things for us to deal with. We also see how children being killed. I told you about the 15-year-old less than 48 hours ago. We had a killing in Botkyrka, where I grew up, of a 12-year-old girl, Adriana. We had a killing in Antwerp recently of a 11-year-old girl. So I should say that this is undermining our foundation, our economies, our society, and our trust. For me, it's clear that security is maybe the most important glue to cohesion in society. Only very, very few very rich people can take care of their own security privately. All others depend on society, depend on police. We can't protect ourselves. We have to have a society that can protect us. And if you are living in a society and have the sense that I'm not being protected, society is not doing enough to protect me, that's a poison. And if you add to that the feeling that because of the color of my skin or because of the neighborhood where I live, I'm less protected than others, then it's even worse. So for me, this is part of the glue of cohesion in society, to really show that we are stronger than the organized criminal groups. We know quite a lot about the organized criminal threat in the European Union. 80% of them are engaged in legal economy. 80%. That means that in many of these companies that you are dealing with on a daily basis are also run by organized criminal groups. And this is, of course, also a poison in society where they are so linked into the illicit economy. 70% of them are engaged in at least 3 different countries. 70%. That also means, of course, that it's very difficult for police to do this only on a national basis. We need to have police cooperation to reach out, for these groups are often very active in many member states, but also in countries outside the European Union. 60% of the organized criminal groups in Europe are using corruption. 60% are engaged in corruption. And we see that on all levels. We see corruption we see corruption in police, we see corruption in customs, we see it in ports, we see it in all parts of society, actually. And we can also see that the criminal groups are being more and more professional, more and more international, as I said. They are more or less organized like international, multinational businesses, where they have suppliers that give them, you can have different kinds of suppliers. One supplier that deals with the threats, another supplier deals with money laundering, a third one that deals with logistics, a fourth one that deals with killings, a fifth one that deals with smuggling, and so on. So they are like a very big businesses. They are also increasingly violent. We have seen the violence gone up quite significantly. If some years ago they threatened a person by beating him up or maybe shooting him in the leg, now we can see that people are being shot dead immediately. That goes that the level of violence has gone up very, very rapidly. It's of course important to focus in my role as responsible commissioner to see what should we best do on the European level and what should we best do on national level. This is of course always very important. First, I should say that these organized criminal groups are being more and more online. Digital evidence is now in almost all cases, I should say. And that's why it's been very important that we now on the European level finally has got an agreement on a new legislation on e-evidence. This has been a long negotiations because the proposal is almost 5 years old. But finally now we have a new legislation on how to easily get access to e-evidence that is stored on a stored somewhere else on a server somewhere else in the European Union. We also seen how we successfully cracked down with EncroChat, Sky ECC and Anom, or Trojan Shield. This was thanks to good police cooperation and thanks to Europol. And this is, of course, what we need to continue facilitate, because this is also very often too difficult or too dangerous, too big for a national police to deal with. We now have an upcoming case in the European Court of Justice on EncroChat evidence that will be very, very important, and I know that many member states are following this with great concern. We also see that it's almost impossible to deal with all this evidence manually. You need AI tools to be able to deal with all these messages. That's why it's important now that we have a new mandate for Europol, so Europol have all the tools to facilitate and support national police in their investigations. And of course, we also need the possibility to process and analyze big amount of data. And there we have some limitations. And I'm very thankful to the Swedish presidency, who last Thursday actually had a dedicated discussion on the access to digital evidence and the data needed for law enforcement. And we decided to set up a dedicated high-level expert group to look further into the legislative ways to deal with this in the European Union. Second, we need police cooperation, closer and better police cooperation, and then police need to be facilitated so it's easy to do that. So we saw, for example, last year in November, we had a very successful police cooperation between Europol, Spanish police, French police, Belgian, Dutch police, and the United Arab Emirates, where they could crack down on a big cartel that was responsible for 1/3 of the cocaine in the European Union. That also resulted in almost 50 arrests. So this kind of police cooperation is absolutely necessary. That's why I have proposed a new police cooperation code, and we also have on the table for the co-legislators the so-called PRIM 2, where it's to have easier access to search if there is a hit in another police, if another police in another member state have a hit on a specific person. And talking about drugs, this is also something that has been increasing very rapidly in the EU. We have seen also that the routes are changing. I'm going next week to Antwerp port, where is now the main entrance of cocaine, mainly to the European Union. I will go there together with Europol and together with the Belgian Minister of Interior. And after that, a few weeks later, we will also go to Ecuador and Colombia to see how we can further strengthen the police cooperation to be able to deal and to prevent these drugs. We also need to go after the money, to follow the money. I had last week a good discussion. Because the last year was the European Year of Youth, so we organized different exchange of views with young people. My exchange was on organized crime, with a lot of young people working as social workers or police and others. And they all witnesses about the huge risk of recruitment, how younger and younger people are being recruited into the gangs, and how they brag about their cars and their money and what they can do. So going after the money, it's really important. And we now have also a very important proposal on the table for the co-legislators to be able to much quicker and easier freeze and confiscate the assets, or even also in cases where there are no convictions. That could be possible to do that. So I hope that the co-legislators will proceed on this quickly. I would also mention something on the balance between privacy and security. We had a good debate on that last Thursday in the informal council here in Stockholm. where the executive director of the Fundamental Rights Agency, the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, Michael O'Flaherty, I think he said very rightly that some people think that there is a zero-sum game between privacy and security. So if you have more security, you will have less privacy and so on. That is simply not true. You can protect both security and privacy at the same time. But it's necessary to find the right balance to do that. And if you ask our citizens, they say, well, it's for you politicians to decide. We want both, but how to find the right balance, that's why we have elected you, to actually have this right balance. And this, I think, is an area where we need to do more in the future. Like Michael O'Flaherty at the Fundamental Rights Agency said, if he compares the tools that police have in the offline world and the tools police and law enforcement have in the online world, they have less tools. They are more like this in the online world compared to the offline world. And I think that is partly because we are a bit lagging behind when it comes to find the right balance in legislation. And that takes me to my last point, so that is about the balance between privacy and security. And that is the protection of children against child sexual abuse. European Council, the Council of Europe, it's called the Europarådet. Council of Europe estimates that 1 child out of 5 is a victim of sexual violence in one way or another. This is much, much more common than we would like to understand. And now the online component is being bigger and bigger and more important. We had around 20 million reports of online child sexual abuse going on, have been reported to police to investigate. And we can see, Europol can see, that this is where the violence is worse when the younger the children, the worse the violence. And you can also see that of these pictures and videos that are being shared, almost half of them are pictures and videos of babies and toddlers. This is also online, where the perpetrator find their victims, where they do the grooming and find the victims to meet in the real world, or to make the child do things with him or herself, or with him or his or her siblings, and post it online, and then threatening what to do with the pictures and videos afterwards. We also see in many of those areas where these perpetrators gather, the fee to be part of one of these groups where you can share the videos and pictures of children being raped is very often that you have to produce so-called new material. That means to be able to see other raping children, you have also to rape children and stream it online or post the videos online. This is an area where we have been cooperating with internet companies very successfully for many years. Around 10 years of time, internet companies are detecting for this material and report it to Europol or other police organizations. This is really a way where we can find and rescue the children. We are rescuing children in Europe on a weekly basis, based on those reports of videos and films and photos, and also the grooming. 2 years ago, a new legislation came in place in December 2020. A new legislation came into force in the European Union, saying that all detections in private communication is forbidden unless you detect for malware. Malware is always allowed to detect in private communication, but nothing else, unless there is a specific legislation that allows it. We put forward, together with Council and European Parliament, a temporary legislation that allows this ongoing detection of the child sexual abuse material. But this law, this temporary law, will run out of time in summer next year. And if we do not have a new legislation in place then, we will be totally blind. Nothing will be allowed for companies to see and detect these ongoing abuse of children. That's why I put forward a new sustainable legislation that will restrict quite heavily when are you allowed to do detection in private communication. It could only be in very specific cases. It could only be after a risk assessment. It could only be after a special decision in a court, and it could only be using specific technology that has been approved. But under these circumstances, you will be allowed, but also obliged, to do the detection to protect children. And this is the legislation that is now on the table for Council and Parliament. And of course, I do hope that they will do this job to do the right balance between privacy and security of children, so that we will not be blind towards these horrifying crimes that is unfortunately ongoing in a scale that we don't really wish to know how terrible these kind of crimes are and how vulnerable the children are. Just one last sentence from me. As I told you, in the European legislation, because Europe, we have the best protection of privacy online in the world, and I'm proud of that. I think we should be really proud of that. And we are like regulatory superpower in the European Union, and we should be proud of that as well. But I can't understand that we have a legislation that always allows for detection, also in encrypted communication, for malware, and we all accept it because we want to be protected from malware. But in my view, society is not only about protecting myself, society is also about protecting the vulnerable ones. And children that are victims of sexual violence should be better protected by us, as adults, as parents, and as legislators. Thank you.
Tack kommissionär Ylva Johansson för ett mycket
Thank you to Commissioner Ylva Johansson. We truly could see how committed you are to these issues, and we could also hear about the issues that deeply involve our citizens, and we will also have a responsibility. We could also hear that this is not a national responsibility, but a European challenge. And that leads us on to an introduction of operational work and how that is being done in Sweden, not the least to help vulnerable children. Thank you. Thank you to Ylva Johansson, and we continue with Johan Olsson, please.
Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address you today. Last year, we saw a tragic record in the numbers of fatal shootings in Sweden, with in excess of 60 dead. Although the situation in Sweden, in terms of violence, is somewhat unique. Make no mistake, all my counterparts in Europe are struggling with organized crime and serious threats from organized crime. The situation in Sweden is not isolated, but connected to that of other member states. It is my firm belief that the EU, now more than ever, is absolutely essential for combating organized crime. The influence of organized crime is having on our democratic society is unacceptable, and it is a common EU challenge. The EU is already doing many things that are very, very important for this fight, as Commissioner Johansson laid out. I would like to mention two specifically. First, I would like to mention the interoperability package that is currently being implemented. From an operational point of view, better use of biometrics is absolutely essential. Being able to establish correct identities is essential for investigations and police works in general. Secondly, a comprehensive and digital entry-exit system at the external border is much needed and very welcome. However, organized crime is predominantly an EU problem. From a police perspective, the entry-exit system should therefore also extend to cover EU citizens. Honoured members of Parliament, we are living in a digital world where products, services and social interactions exist online just as in the physical world. As the greater part of our daily lives move into the digital sphere, so does organised crime. As you are aware, the data we have accessed from EncroChat, Sky ECC and ANUM has been key for us. We have managed to prevent ongoing preparations for murder. The police in Sweden has arrested record numbers of suspects. By the end of 2022, the Swedish court had handed down sentences amounting to over 2,300 years in prison. Swedish detention centres and prisoners are full to bursting. Thanks to the information we have had access to, leading criminal actors have been brought to justice. We have got the masterminds behind the crimes, not only the field operators. I think we can all agree on the need for law enforcement to be active online as well as offline today. Our obligation to provide safety and justice does not end in the physical worlds. Victims in the digital sphere should have the same rights as victims in the physical world. To ensure this, law enforcement need adequate tools and legislation to secure digital evidence and to patrol and survey digital channels. What the police can do in the physical world, we should also be able to do in the digital world. Honoured members of Parliament, EncroChat, Sky ECC and ANUM are tools that were specifically developed for criminal purposes. It is therefore natural that this material included large amount of data that is highly relevant to the police. But criminal actors are also established on social media platforms, the kind that you, I and our children use. On these platforms, we see offences such as grooming, money laundering, drug trafficking and fraud. Not least, the amount of sexual abuse is truly horrifying. In the 1980s, the only means of communications available for criminals was essentially the landline telephone. If a crime was suspected, the police could obtain a permission from a court to intercept calls and collect evidence. In today's society, we have an abundance of different services for electronic communications, and different rules apply to different operators. This has led to a situation in which shameless individuals can commit sexual abuse of children online, anywhere in the world, and under the protection of encrypted systems developed by established corporations. This makes it very difficult for us to prevent and prosecute these crimes. If we are to be credible in our efforts to protect our citizens, prevent crime and safeguard the integrity of victims of crime, we need effective and legal solid tools to access data from digital communication channels. This will enable us to investigate and prosecute criminals even when they communicate using encrypted services. By cracking these encrypted chats, we have gained an insight into the crucial importance of this kind of electronic information. At the same time, we have sent a clear message to criminals. When we can get to the information, we can get to you. We have also gained an insight to the amount of digital evidence. In the context of EncroChat, Sky ECC and ANUM, we have processed millions of messages. And the same is true in many other cases. This means that we need modern tools. We need AI to handle the sheer amount of electronic evidence. Without this, we cannot be effective. Honoured members of Parliament, we are an authority that has to earn the trust of our citizens. We do this by ensuring that we have robust processes in place. Law enforcement is subject to rigorous regulation that we observe and that we respect. And law enforcement agency, we are used to scrutiny and we are ready and welcome it. But as a police authority, we also earn the trust of our citizens by solving crime and maintaining public order and safety. In today's society, we cannot do our job if our access to information in digital environment is limited. The respect of personal integrity is essential, but we must also remember that the victim has a right to personal integrity. Anyone who has witnessed sexual abuse will know what I'm talking about online. It is necessary to put in place a system in which I and my European colleagues have access to criminal material on digital platforms. I would like to come back to what I mentioned earlier about the telephone landlines. The need for law enforcement agencies to have access to digital communications or communications has nothing to do with wanting a new capability. It's about maintaining a capability that we used to have, but that we have lost because of technological developments. Honored members of Parliament, the success of Encrochat, Sky ECC and ANAM would not have been possible without the European cooperation and the support from Europol. The platform for cooperation between member states offered by Europol and the considerable trust we have built between our law enforcement agencies are invaluable and have yielded substantial results. I am well aware of the continued balancing act between business needs and available resource at Europol. From a law enforcement perspective, Europol, however, needs to be allowed to focus on its core business of supporting member states, investigations and criminal intelligence cases. All forces are needed to combat organized crime, particularly when it comes to prevention of organized crime and building more crime-resilient communities. But as law enforcement, we also need to focus on our core business and let other partners and actors focus on their core business. And our core business is investigations and intelligence work. Honored members of Parliament, to sum up, the EU is an important and essential actor to combat organized crime. From my perspective, the need for a balanced regulation of the digital world is one of the main challenges of law enforcement today. This ability also requires artificial intelligence. It is necessary to be effective in the digital sphere, given that the amount of data is constantly increasing. When we continue to build the EU structures to combat organized crime, and all hands-on-deck policy is needed, but law enforcement agencies, and Europol in particular, need to be allowed to focus on their core business. Thank you for your attention.
Stort tack, Johan.
Thank you very much to Johan. And then our final key speaker, Anna-Karin Hildesson Bokvist, who is the Secretary General of ECPAT Sweden, an organization working to combat sexual exploitation of children and young people. And as you can see on the speakers list, we have several colleagues who've already requested the floor, and that is perfectly fine. We will distribute the floor after we've listened to the three keynote speakers. Anna-Karin, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable guests. I'd like, first of all, to express my gratitude for inviting me here today. I am very proud to be a member of civil society, talking to you about our experience on the children exposed to crimes of various types. In ECPAT, we work with different tools to come closer to a situation where we can, in fact, protect children and young people against sexual exploitation. We're a children's rights organization. We work with the matter of sexual exploitation of children in different ways. We disseminate knowledge about the crimes involved, and we work in a preventative matter to avoid children being exposed. We work to influence public opinion. We do lobby work with decision makers. We work with companies, government agencies, other organizations, and we have three operational activities. We have ECPAT Hotline, a web-based reporting site where the general public can report suspicions of sexual exploitation of children. We also have an online or phone line to support children. It's called Your ECPAT, and we also have the corresponding one for parents and other adults around children, the parental assistance line. What I believe we can contribute with is that we have an understanding of the world children are living in, online and offline. We carry out surveys every year with almost 15,000 young children and youth reply to our surveys on their experiences. We also ask about sexual abuse and sexual exploitation, because we need to be aware that online crime in particular, focusing on our children, is changing, constantly changing, and it's important to understand the actual setup of life for children and young people, and we have to involve them to get that information. Sexual abuse and exploitation of children online is a global, transnational type of crime, which in many cases can be and is organized. We've heard from Ylva, the commissioner, with some details on what it looks like, but I'd like to outline some of the things we've heard, not least from our phone line, young children calling in. We've seen an increase of boys who are reporting that they are having to pay money to avoid naked pictures being spread. We've looked into this with children who've been replying to questions and telling about their experience on sexual blackmail. There are more girls than boys who've been under sexual blackmail, but they are exposed in different ways. The girls are threatened to have pictures of them naked being spread unless they send more and more brutal pictures. The boys are threatened to have their images spread unless they pay money to the perpetrator. Many of the boys' stories are startlingly similar. They make contact with what they believe is a girl online, often over Snapchat or Instagram. The boys perceive the girl as credible and do not perceive her as a typical bot. When they've exchanged pictures of themselves naked, the girl starts to make threats that she will spread the pictures of him naked to his friends and family unless he pays a large sum of money. In several cases, the girl will send a screen dump of the contacts of the boys on social media to underline the threat. They're forced to pay in dollars, euro, pounds, Bitcoin, or by buying digital vouchers to the perpetrator. We've also heard some stories where boys have been unable to pay what the so-called girl asked and had instead to become a part of the chain the perpetrator, the girl, belongs to avoid having their own pictures spread. It can, for example, be by going onto a different website or using social media to attract other boys to make contact with the girl to allow her to blackmail them in the same way as he himself was blackmailed. Publishing on and writing, posting on websites or social media can be maybe once a week initially and then 20 times a day. And none of the boys reported any other type of sexual blackmail. It was for financial purposes only. So we definitely perceive this as an organized type of crime to blackmail children. And this is also confirmed by the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, who have investigated forum threads on Reddit on the topic of sextortion, as it's called, but also by FBI, who've published national warnings on this against this type of criminality. The perpetrators, as you will have understood, have a very large number of children who are exposed to this blackmail at the same time. A 15-year-old boy told us about what this could look like. It was a fake account who added me and asked for nudes, and then she continued to hassle me until I was going crazy, and I sent her a picture. Then she took a screen and everything began. We've also seen, on the topic of Ylva mentioning, the commissioner mentioning organized gangs involved in crime, we see that some children who contact us on group rapes by members of criminal gangs, where the group rape is used as a way to pressure the girls to force them to conceal or hide drugs or to obtain other favors. Otherwise, new abuse will take place, new rapes and documentation of the rape will be spread. It's difficult sometimes to know how closely linked the perpetrators are to criminal gangs. We know that a claimed association to a criminal gang can also be used to scare a victim into silence. In cases where children are forced to hide drugs, the link is very clear, however. Overall, Children are very frightened, they're scared, they don't want to contact police, they're afraid of retaliation, and they feel that the criminal gangs can see everything they do. The impact of children and young people exposed to these types of organized crime is not difficult to predict, but I'd like to mention what some of the children say. They talk of anxiety, fear, difficulty sleeping, they drop out of school. Sometimes they drop out of school and stay away for years. They're involved in self-harming practices. They go themselves to places to be bought by men, and suicide is also mentioned, attempted suicide. And because sexual abuse and exploitation of children are global types of crimes with no restrictions in time or place, we as a society, we need to have a holistic approach to the work we do to combat it. Unfortunately, there's no one single solution which will put an end to the abuse. Our assessment is that currently we make the biggest difference for children by focusing on three main components in our preventive work. The children themselves, first of all, because they are the experts of their own situation and they have knowledge which we lack in the adult life. We simply don't know enough about the way children are exposed in their online activities. And secondly, we need to focus on adults, because regardless of whether we are parents, decision makers, practitioners, or other important grown-ups surrounding the children, we are responsible for children being safe online. And our perspective is that adults are failing to step up on this point. We also need to focus on technology, thirdly, because technology can be abused to exploit children and young people, but technology could also be part of a solution. The majority of all abuse material of children is stored somewhere in Europe. This is a type of crime which concerns us all. It's not just somewhere else. The EU controls a large part of Swedish legislation when it comes to internet service providers and platforms' responsibility for abuse of material to be found on their servers and services. ECPAT is of the opinion that the platforms and the internet service providers are not shouldering enough of the responsibility to remove abusive material and to ensure that abusive material is never even published on their platforms. And also when it comes to combating the ways in which children are exposed to sexual abuse on their services. So the regulation, which intends to combat abuse of children, mentioned by the Commissioner, is incredibly important, in fact, to ensure that we can truly have a holistic approach to the responsibility we need to shoulder to get to grips with this type of criminality, exposing children in this manner. The Commissioner explained a little bit about the proposal, and we in the civil society perceive this as one part of being able to detect the vulnerability of these children. It is essential, as we see it, that a lot more is done. The transnational organized crime, which focuses on abuse of children, requires major resources and efforts. It is not realistic to think that there are simple, cheap solutions with a limited amount of resources. We need to be very pooled and strong in our resources and our focus. Everything else would be to abandon our children, and that is not an option. Thank you for your attention.
Stort tack för också
Thank you, and thank you for your clear commitment as well. We're now going to open up for a debate. Let me remind you that the speaking time is 1.5 minutes, and in Sweden that equals 90 seconds, and we're going to be strict, which means that we have a limited number of speakers, and we also have to stop speaking list at 10:50 because we also want to have some time for our keynote speakers, and our commissioner will have to leave at 11 o'clock. And that being said, the first speaker will be Ruben Moreno. Please go ahead.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that in order to fight against organized crime, we do need a comprehensive outlook of the problem, which improves collaboration, information exchange, and intelligence regarding serious crime and organized crime. And we shouldn't forget the link with terrorism, air, maritime, land, or economic security. And all of this for the purpose of keeping the guiding principles that all national security policies have to follow, which is the unity in our action, anticipation of foresight, efficiency, and resilience. And also, we have to neutralize the economy of criminals and their organizations. And we should find an answer to these new types of cybercrime. And that is why we have to update and adapt our legislation. We have to broaden the use of new technologies in this fight. And in this sense, although it is true that the EU has to take into account that this information exchange can't commit our personal privacy and the fundamental rights of our citizens, it is also true that the states have to safeguard our national security. And sometimes we have to take necessary steps without forgetting that they should not go beyond what is adequate and proportional in a democratic society. Thank you so much.
We have also a clock over there so you can follow the time. Next speaker is Jean-François Rapin. Please.
Mesdames et messieurs, la crise.
Ladies and gentlemen, organized crime is a threat to our citizens, and it destroys the trust towards institutions. It is a transnational issue, especially with the digital world we are living in, and it's used by the criminals. And it's a priority of the Swedish presidency, and I commend this. We need to deepen the collaboration between police, between our states. We also need to have lawsuits against the different types of criminality. And we've unfortunately seen that within our own European Parliament, with the media reporting on the corruption allegations against some people in the European Parliament. And this is a very grave threat against our own European project. It is extremely important to restore the trust of our citizens in the functioning of the European Union. And we are part of this functioning of the European Union. I also commend the firm reaction of the President of the European Parliament and her speech against corruption. The President Metsola said that the European Parliament had to better cooperate with the different member states and that investigations should be facilitated on the European Parliament members. And this is how we can ensure transparency on the European institutions. And it is really important, not just for the EP, but it's the case for all the institutions, the European Commission, of course. It's a grave issue that this is why I would have liked the COSAC I proposed the COSAC to take it up in its draft program. Thank you.
La Belgique subit depuis ces dernières années une aggravation de la violence.
Belgium has seen an increase of violence. But 3 weeks ago, we've seen it getting even deeper, and we've had an 11-year-old girl die, and we are all deeply in shock. The port of Antwerp is now the hub of a fight for drug trafficking between different criminal organizations. And we have seen cocaine being seized, 110 tons seized by the police, and how this organization can harm our democratic states by laundering money, this is the question. And we need to have a deep and global strategy to have collaboration between our police in order to ban these transactional organized crime. But we also need an ambitious strategy against financial criminality, and I hope that the Impact platform will be able to have good results and tangible results so that we can have an increased collaboration in order to reestablish peace within our borders. Thank you so much.
Merci. Giulia Maria Terzi di Sant'Agata, please.
La ringrazio molto, signor Presidente. Ringrazio.
Thank you, President. I believe that we must deal with organized crime, the fight against organized crime as a whole, together. Italy recently captured the head mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro, but we must work together. All member states must work together to combat organized crime. And then there is the issue of trafficking of migrants in the Mediterranean. This is a topic that is shared by many member states. A protocol sets very strict rules on human trafficking and trafficking of migrants, and there are EU regulations that mention maritime borders that are outside the European Union, and we must be able to manage these borders. That is why we must find an agreement on the Pact for Migration for Asylum, and I think that the Swedish presidency can help us move forward in this direction. Thank you.
Danuta Jasłowiecka, please.
Now I'm ready. Thank you. Last week, during the session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we met a representative of Interpol discussing about child abuse. One of the conclusions is that cooperation between Interpol and Europol is insufficient. One of the reasons is insufficient equipment of Europol and, in some cases, limited competences. This must be changed immediately. Mrs. Johnson mentioned very important issue, drafting legislation supporting the protection of children against abuse. But the legislation is not enough. Sweden is so well known for its ability to communicate with the public and educate it, especially in difficult issues. So I have the question. Do you plan to expand the topic of security with an educational element during your presidency? Coming back to confiscation of criminal property, the most important is to improve the efficiency of the confiscation of criminal property. The key issue in this case is the requirement for appropriate exchange of information by individual European Union countries. The revolutionary solution in this respect is the use of public-private partnership for this purpose, in terms of cooperation and close exchange of information between participants in the public and private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Danuta. Susana Sumerozzo.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you. From the Spanish delegation, we would like to thank the Swedish presidency for having introduced the subject matters in the debate. It's a huge threat for the Europeans, for our companies, for institutions, as well as for the European economy. And as has very well been said in today's debate, the criminal organizations work across borders, 70% in more than 3 countries. And in many countries, we face drug trafficking, cyber crime, and the treatable trafficking of people, migrants, children. And I think it is very important also to include in today's debates that many of these criminal organizations are taking advantage of the Ukraine war in order to commit these crimes, weapons trafficking, and so on and so forth. Very important crimes. So it's very important, it's necessary to have a solid European policy quickly to crack down on these networks. And from Spain, to include something else in the debate, we would be in favor of strengthening international collaboration and cooperation, especially with Latin America and the Caribbean, which will be one of the main points of our future presidency. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Susana. Antti Polamets.
Thank you. I see connection between mass immigration and rise of organized crime. And especially fertile ground for organized crime is illegal immigration and human trafficking. Illegal immigration is bringing to Europe also very closed groups of organized crime, syndicates of different ethnic background. And it's very difficult to control this kind of syndicates. If the EU wants to achieve success in fighting organized crime, then it must fight illegal immigration and control mass immigration. I know that in Hungary, thousands of human traffickers are sitting in prison. When others will follow Hungarian example of fighting illegal immigration, the situation could be much better. When there is no good plan of controlling mass immigration, there is no success in this plan, what we have. Otherwise, we try to solve problems what our governments create. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Then we go to Andris Spruds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also for kind introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join the parliamentarian family of European affairs. 2 points on the topic. One is clearly it is becoming increasingly digitalized or cyber organized crime. So certainly the emphasis on cybersecurity, on digital security should be enhanced. So the capacities also on trans-border level must be, trans-member level must be strengthened. Second point is, which was also mentioned here, is that it's not just about internal and external threats, it's certainly about combination of both. What we see, it's not just Russian aggression in Ukraine, it's also the weaponization of migration. So that's why certainly the new revised migration policy, new revised Schengen border code, as well enhancement of enforcement capacities, so certainly should be strengthened in a context of this new external and internal security threats what we see around Europe, and especially in the eastern side, but not only. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andris. Alessandro Giglio Vigna, prego.
Grazie Presidente, buongiorno.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I would like to focus our attention on organized crime and trafficking and smuggling of migrants on migrant routes. Of course, this has had significant impact on international at an international level. 70% of migrants pays these smugglers to reach Europe, and for criminals, this is a very profitable system with a low chance of being caught, especially when we're dealing with human trafficking. This is a business that is very profitable, even more than drug trafficking. The Swedish presidency and the meeting which took place yesterday said that repatriation rates are unacceptable, and we have to focus on legislation and asylum seekers and procedures, especially if we consider agreements with countries of origin to limit and prevent migration. In Italy, we are surprised by the cooperation between smugglers and NGOs. because the smugglers expect to be able to engage in dialogue with the institutions. This is unacceptable, and this is something that we would like to bring to the attention of all members of COSAC. Thank you.
Alessandro. Dimitris Kairidis.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much for the wonderful hospitality. I want to go back to what the Commissioner mentioned, the external and the internal threat. And I want to be very bluntly ask here about the connection between Putin and organized crime. We have already heard a lot about migration. We know that there is a lot of politicization, instrumentalization of migration. We know that Turkey controls two main routes of migration in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Central Mediterranean through Libya. But I want to focus on two other things. Drugs. Is there a connection between drug trafficking from Venezuela via Turkey with the help of Russia to undermine our democracies and to make money out of it? And the second has to do with the recent events of Quran burning. We know that President Putin has financed far-right groups in Europe. We know very well that he has lavishly financed Mr. Erdogan and his re-election campaign in Turkey. We just need to see the accounts of the Turkish Central Bank to know that. Is there a connection between these incidents of Quran burning in Sweden and elsewhere by far-right groups to provoke Erdogan's reaction and play against our democracies by Mr. Putin? So I want to put these pieces of puzzle together, that the threat is not only external and military in Ukraine, but also internal, political, and very much in our own democracies with organized crime, far-right groups, Mr. Erdogan, Mr. Maduro, drug trafficking, human smuggling, being part of an overall strategy to undermine our democracies. And I want to have your comments and opinions as Home Affairs Commissioner about this connection and this very important dimension of his strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. Konstantinos Efestasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I congratulate, first of all, Sweden for raising this security issue on the agenda, since organized and serious crime corrupts the very foundations of our societies. I will limit my intervention in one aspect, since I'm sure that we all agree here, to the balance between the protection of human rights and anti-criminal legislation or its enforcement. It is astonishing, as described in the background paper, that 70% of the criminal groups are active in more than 3 EU countries. This illustrates that there is a need to harmonize the way EU authorities approach and handle the matter by eliminating the disparities in treatment and in action in all EU member states. We need to establish a common minimum legal arsenal in the European level by establishing, as a start, a minimum level of common penal and evidential rules for the serious or transnational organized crime. This, of course, requires political will, which may amount to the creation of a central agency for a European prosecutor or organized or transnational crime. In addition, it is our obligation as parliamentarians to prove to our citizens that corruption of any kind is indeed targeted and there is no immunity, even in high levels, contrary to what as many people believe. We need accountability, transparency, and equality in treatment. These are additional reasons why we need a European prosecutor on organized crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Then goes to Boglarka Illes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank you for organizing this event, because this is my first time here. I am a new member of the Hungarian Parliament, so it's a great privilege to me not only to be here, but also to take part in this discussion on the fight against organized crime. I think we took two important steps. The Swedish presidency assigned to a certain grade the goal of the safer union, and I agree that Europol plays an essential role in cooperation between member states. I would like to underline Hungary has a unique place in Europe as it faces double crisis. While we have so far received nearly 1 million refugees fleeing from the war in Ukraine, we had also prevented hundreds of thousands illegal migrants from entering the country from the south, mainly from the Western Balkan migration route. Our firm position that EU external border protection must be strengthened, and at the same time cross-border police cooperation must be intensified. We welcome Croatia as a new member of the Schengen area and fully support the further enlargement of Schengen with both Romania and Bulgaria. Our common aim should be provide the most possible effective border protection and to ensure security in our citizens' daily life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you and warm welcome, Buglarka. Then we go to Stefan Musoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to everyone. Dear colleagues, I would like to start by thanking Commissioner Ylva Johansson for her personal efforts in supporting Romania and Bulgaria's accession to Schengen. We will continue to fight for achieving our strategic goal this year. Romania will continue to be a part of the solution for the effective protection of the external border of the European Union, and the expectation of our country regarding the accession to Schengen is even more so in this context legitimate. Without our fight against cross-border organized crime, none of our efforts to create a safe and secure European Union would be possible. The scrutiny procedure developed by the Chamber of Deputies in relation to the EU Security Union strategy showed strong support for the EU's commitments in this area, with particular emphasis on the need to fight against corruption and economic and financial crime, as well as against the emerging threats such as terrorism or the use of the new types of lethal weapons. On the other hand, the human trafficking deeply concerned our chamber. In this area, we advocated for the approximation of legislation regarding the children's access to justice, including of those being victims of the online committed crimes. We also support a common framework at EU level to fight against labor exploitation, including through the involvement of trade unions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Then we go to Maka Bocciuricvili, please.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation and giving me this opportunity to participate to this meeting and wish Sweden successful EU presidency. Well, organized crime is one of the most serious and complex challenges that threatens the security and safety of our citizens, and the fight against it has been a long-standing policy priority for Georgia. We have achieved tangible results in many directions, but very often organized crime, like many other things, is transnational in character, and it is necessary to enhance cooperation and coordination to combat it. Georgia is taking concrete steps to contribute to joint efforts and closely cooperates with European partners, including in the framework of Europol, Eurojust and Frontex. We have concluded cooperation agreements with 17 EU member states and deployed police attachés in 11 EU member states. Only in 2022, 8 joint operations were successfully conducted and resulted in the arrest of more than 40 criminals. European institutions provide a good venue for further deepening existing ties. Only joint efforts and commitments can make possible to succeed in combating organized crime and making Europe a safer place to live. Georgia remains committed to continue close communication and cooperation with our European partners to contribute to this goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maka. Then we go to Yurida Tabako, please.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you for the great hospitality starting from last night. I want to thank the Commissioner for her presentation. She was in Albania some time ago, and I believe a lot of us share the opinion here that organized crime and corruption are also linked with the reasons of high immigration rates from Western Balkans, especially during the last months. Organized crime is a threat which we have to deal with. First and foremost with cooperation, improved cooperation and increased cooperation. No one can win this fight alone. The second one is the common response to fighting organized crime, including Europol, to be mandated to carry out investigations. And the third one is related with disrupting the financial gains of crime, which should be a priority. It's unfortunate, but as some colleagues mentioned here, these networks are penetrated in public procurement processes and are also influencing political processes. I heard a lot of colleagues here say that same problems that exist in the Western Balkans also exist in their countries. I believe that the poorer a country is, the more easy it is for these networks to thrive in. And the best help you could give to the Western Balkans is help having functioning democracy and the rule of law, but also speeding the European integration process. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Then we go to Domagoj Hadjukovic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wish to thank your presidency for putting this extremely important subject on our agenda. And indeed, the fight against organized crime must be one of the goals of the Union and our common institutions. But like some other colleagues, I also wish to focus on trafficking and smuggling of migrants and the rise and role of organized crimes in these respects. I see a lot of room for improvement when it comes to dealing with these. Some of the colleagues have mentioned NGOs in their role also in this matter. Indeed, some branches of the organized crime have been masquerading as NGOs assisting migrants. But, dear colleagues, we shouldn't let a few rotten apples spoil the bunch. Not all NGOs are in cahoots with the organized crime, and I do draw your attention to the resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, number 15161, which I had the honor to sponsor, that deals with the rights and obligations of NGOs assisting refugees and migrants in Europe. There is a very thin line between actually trying to reduce crime in connection with migration and stomping on NGOs whose role is vital. Thank you.
Thank you, Domagoj. Then we go to Dubravka Filipovski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting is another opportunity for us to jointly examine the key aspects of our cooperation's development in the light of the latest developments and challenge in Europe and wider and consider development opportunities lying before us. We are aware of the organized crime in the big problem in all of countries and how detrimental it is both of the mutual trust between citizens and to their trust in public institutions. In Serbia, the number of new investigations and final court judgments has significantly increased, as well as the cooperation and exchange of intelligence in the region. Fighting organized crime, which is a part of Chapter 24 of our negotiation process with the EU, is pivotal, and the proactive approach taken by Serbia in this issue remains fundamental for countering criminal infiltration in the political, legal, and economic systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dubravka. Now the floor goes to my good old friend from Norway, Ine Eriksson Søreide. Varsågod.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you so much for the presidency's invitation and also your warm and great hospitality. We support very strongly the priorities that you have for the presidency, and I think that taking this matter on the agenda today is extremely important. Our speakers have given compelling accounts, so has the background paper, and I just want to make sure that we also, from Norway's side, emphasize how much we support the agenda and how interested we are in cooperating on the agenda. I think it is very good that you, during your presidency, also are pushing forward on the proposed directives that has to do with access to information, to communications data, of course within the framework of the rule of law, but also to extract evidence and also to transfer prosecution. We need effective tools in this fight, and as many colleagues around have accounted for, this influences every piece and bit of our societies, and it is absolutely one of the most important things we can do to keep our population safe and secure, is to counter transnational and organized crime, trafficking, and all the consequences it has. So from Norway's side, and from my side, full support to the priorities of the presidency and also to pushing this agenda forward. We will be more than happy to cooperate. Thank you.
Stort tack, Ine. And the last speaker is Resarta Krasniki.
Thank you. Dear Chair, Mr. Wallmark, dear colleague MPs, it's really a pleasure to be part of the COSAC Chairperson Conference in Scotland under the leadership of Swedish Presidency of the EU Council. In addition to, I would like to express my thankfulness to the Swedish country for the provided support to Kosovo in the field of European integration process and the development in general. Last year, as a report on Kosovo of the European Commission has pointed out, Kosovo has made significant progress in the area of successful operations that have targeted organized crime, including international and cross-border cooperation. However, the fight against organized crime in the north of Kosovo, where the majority of Serbian population lives, continues to be challenged due to destructive behavior of Serbia against Kosovo's sovereignty. Kosovo has made progress in fight against terrorism and prevention of violent extremism in accordance with the objectives defined by the EU-Kosovo Agreement on the Joint Action Plan on Counter-Terrorism for the Western Balkans. As well, Kosovo has made progress in managing migration and has shown full cooperation with the EU institutions and member states. During the Swedish presidency, we expect that there will be a continuation of support for Kosovo on key issues which are related to the closure of the visa liberalization process for the Kosovo citizens and the examination of Kosovo requests for receiving or accepting the status of candidate country for EU membership. We hope that the aforementioned explanation for Kosovo will be accomplished during the Swedish presidency of the EU Council. We strongly believe and hope that our vision is fully compatible with Europe that is whole, free and at peace. We believe in Europe that has a bright, cooperative and progressive future. Therefore, I ask for your support for Kosovo membership in Council of Europe, this very important organization which will facilitate our European path and advance the protection of human rights and freedoms in Kosovo. We are optimistic, even though this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Thessaloniki summit, where the EU made a promise to all the Western Balkan countries, including Kosovo, for European perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Nu har vi kommit till den punkten att vi ska få kommentarer.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from our three keynote speakers, and they will be speaking from the rostrum. And Ylva, Johan, and Anna-Karin, please come up here. And our deputy chair will continue leading the meeting.
Now, dear colleagues, thank you to all of you for excellent comments and questions. I have kept track of how many men and how many women requested the floor, and we're almost even numbers. At first, I felt that there was a lack of women, but in the end, the final score was quite even, and thank you to everyone for wise and interesting comments. And now I'd like to hand the floor back to our keynote speakers, our invited guests, for comments and replies. And I propose that we begin with the European Commissioner Ylva Johansson, who unfortunately has to leave us at 11. You have the floor.
Matilda, and
thank you, Matilda.
It's really interesting to listen to you, and it's clear that you, as elected members of parliament in your respective countries, have a very close relation to the citizens and their concerns when it comes to security and organized crime. So I think this is very good discussion and very important for me to hear all your interventions. Can I also say that many of you have made the links to a bigger issue, so to say, and that is linked to the security. For example, the accession to Schengen. We now have Croatia. We also need Romania and Bulgaria this year because that will make us all safer. And of course, also with the situation of the EU path for our Western Balkan partners and our other partners. And what's also raised, I mean, we are living in a world where some of our neighbors are moving in the wrong direction, so that makes our life more difficult as a European Union when we can see that the relations are deteriorating, I should say. So, of course, everything of this is linked, and also the huge need of managing migration in an orderly way, and the importance that we will have the whole pact on migration and asylum adopted in 1 year from now, actually. It's necessary. So I know that the Swedish, the Spanish, and the Belgian presidency are working very hard on this. But just a few comments, I think, here. I think it's important. I mean, we should not be naive. President Putin does not only want to destroy Ukraine as a country and Ukrainian as a people. He also would like to destroy the European Union and at least destabilize and divide us. We should never be naive about that. This is his aim. And he is afraid of us. Why is he afraid of us? We have no army. The EU has no navy or air force. But we are a threat towards Putin and the Russian Federation because we have democracy. We have freedom. We have prosperity. That's why we are a threat. And we should be proud of that. And we should be not naive because President Putin is, of course, financing political parties, individuals in our member states. He is, of course, financing actors outside the European Union in that aim to destabilize us. And he is, of course, orchestrating cyber attacks towards important institutions. And he is, of course, putting a lot into disinformation, not only towards our citizens, but also towards our neighborhoods and also globally. We are living in a world where the geopolitical role of the EU is being much more important than ever, I should say. And this, of course, has to influence our whole work when it comes to security. Thank you very much.
Tack så jättemycket.
Thank you to the Commissioner, Ylva Johansson. I think that you clearly have shown the strength in not least the parliamentarian work, where we come together as different European countries, different European parliaments, and we can have these honest discussions about these very difficult challenges. That I feel is a strength. And I'm happy to now hand over to the head of the National Operations Department, Johan Olsson, and also the Secretary General of ECPAT. I do think that well, this is a good mix where we have civil society, we have the police and the politics. But I do think that we will now continue with the head of the National Operations Department, Johan Olsson, please.
Very much. It's been very interesting to listen to your perspectives, and I think I can sense that there is a common understanding that we are facing a quite severe threat in terms of organized crime, which take many forms, and it affects individuals, but also the institutions that we need to preserve our freedoms. The question of border security, I think, is very important, and it is raised. As I mentioned, there are a couple of initiatives that we think are increasingly important, and the biometric system and actually being able who's in the Union and who they are is key. But I think also it's important to discuss this issue from what I said. We are facing this challenge in an increasingly digital world. This is something that organized crime is always good at, adapting, and they are already present in the digital world. We also see many other forms of crime, not least the exploitation of children, that has always been a large problem, but where the digital platforms create new possibilities for these horrific crimes to expand and also find new ways. So I would like to emphasize all those very tricky questions, not least legally, that the digital aspect of facing the threat is very important. Finally, I would like to say something about Europol. Europol, I think, given how small the organization is possibly the most effective law enforcement agency in the Union. It's incredibly effective. And I think it is effective because it is a platform for the countries to come together. Not always all of us, very seldomly I would say all of us at once, but a couple of countries. And really I think that Europol's strength is facilitating European cooperation. And it is important that they have better and better opportunity to do so, but also that they can focus on their operational work. Thank you.
A warm hand, I agree. And now, Anna-Karin Hildingsson Bokvist from ECPAT, you have the floor. Thank you very much. A few points that I would like to focus on based on what was said during this session. First of all, the importance of cooperation between the public and the private sector. As an NGO, we work to promote that as much as possible because the type of criminality we're discussing here requires a holistic approach, and we have to see both the role and the importance of the private sector and the business community. We have a finance coalition, for example, where we work together with the financial sector to try and find indicators on payments that are sent to pay for abuse of children, for example. It's one way of showing that the public and the private sectors, together with the NGOs, can act together to combat this type of criminality. We also have a special tech coalition with large social media platforms and tech companies here in Sweden to try jointly to look at what we can do when we have several different players and stakeholders working, bringing different perspectives to the table. I also see the importance mentioned by someone of informing the general public of how exposed children are online and to tell children how to avoid dangerous situations online. We have an important role to play, but as I mentioned in my speech earlier, we don't know enough of what happens to children and how they are exposed online. We don't know enough about their life online to be able to even give proper information about how we combat it, unless we also involve our young people, our youth, our children in this work. It's crucial to understand the situation they are putting themselves in. Things change very, very rapidly as well. It's not the same platform today as we will see tomorrow. And children are active on these platforms. And then finally, I'd like to address the matter of children's right to access to justice when they have been the victim of abuse. This is crucial. It's absolutely decisive in order for us to rebuild the trust of our young people and our children in society. If I'm exposed as a child to abuse online, even if it's not something that's happening in the physical world, it still needs to be addressed forcefully, bringing resources to the table. Many children today have an everyday life where they are being abused online, and they feel that the law enforcement community seem to appear to lack the resources, don't seem to take it seriously enough, and we need to address this in a very different manner and state very clearly that this is serious crime regardless of whether it's happening online or elsewhere. Thank you.
Förtjänar en applåd det också. Ja.
That deserves a round of applause.
Tack så jättemycket.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for coming here to this parliamentarian conference. These discussions have been incredibly interesting with active participation from the parliamentarians and also from you, not the least EU Commissioner Ylva Johansson and the head of National Operations Department, Johan Olsson. And thank you also to the Secretary General, Anna-Karin Hildingsson Bokvist. Thank you. Another round of applause.
Tack så jättemycket. Och då...
Thank you to all of you. And then for those of us who will continue our discussions, it's now time for a coffee break and then a family picture. The coffee will be served in the so-called Sammanbindningsbanan, the Grand Gallery, and the family picture will take in the beautiful staircase that we have outside. And we gather there to start with the family picture, and then after that you'll get to have some coffee, and then we'll be back here. We'll reconvene in here again at 11:45 to continue the next session, which has to do with the Swedish presidency and its priorities. Thank you.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
So, dear friends, take the seats, please. Someone said that they were amazed that we are quite punctually, and I said, well, Swedes are quite odd. We stick to the program. And next item at the program is the session number 2, the Swedish chairmanship and the prioritizing in the European EU's Ministerråd. And the program is going to be presented by our very good friend, Mr. Christian Danielsson, who's also knows quite well the Bruxelles bubble. So we are very pleased to have you here, Christian. You have around 15-20 minutes, and then we open the floor for remarks, comments, questions, and greetings. So, please, Mr. Danielsson.
Thank you very much, Hans, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. But I should start by saying, dear Vice President of the European Parliament, dear Chair of the Riksdag Committee on EU Affairs, dear chairs of the committees on EU affairs and members of the European and national parliament. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to COSAC's Chairpersons meeting here in Swedish Riksdag to present the Swedish presidency's priorities and also have the opportunity to discuss them with you. We are now 1 month into the Swedish presidency, and it's been an intense first month. In January, we welcomed the Commission to Kiruna, fairly north part of Sweden, to be honest. The Prime Minister presented the priorities in the European Parliament a couple of weeks ago. And the Ministers of EU Affairs participated in different debates at the plenary session in Strasbourg. And furthermore, several ministers have presented the priorities in different European Parliament committees in the past 2 weeks. The government has also strived for a close dialogue with the Swedish Parliament to reach consensus and common ground, both regarding our priorities and regarding how we work together during this presidency. Because a strong presidency requires solid support at home. National parliaments play a vital role for the democratic processes in EU cooperation, and here in Sweden, the EU Affairs Committee's role is central, indeed, to the coordination between the Parliament and the government. And we strongly value this partnership with the EU Affairs Committee and are delighted to host counterparts from across Europe here in Sweden today. As you know, Sweden takes over as President of the Council of the EU at a time of historic challenges, in particular Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine and all of its consequences, primarily in Ukraine, but also throughout Europe, and this will continue to dominate the European agenda. Therefore, this will be our top priority. Ukraine is fighting for its survival as a nation and for the security and lives of its citizens. But they are also fighting for our freedom and our fundamental values. The European unity across institutions, bodies and parliaments when it comes to supporting Ukraine is truly an achievement. A key task for our presidency is to maintain this unity and not let the Kremlin divide us. The consequences linked to Russia's illegal aggression has affected European economies and our energy supply. Households and businesses are hard-pressed. As a union and as member states, we have to deal with these parallel short-term crises. But at the same time, we have to stay firm in our long-term efforts to take the green transition forward and make the EU one of its frontrunners. Taking all this into account, the Swedish presidency will advance the work in the Council and in negotiations with the Parliament based on 4 priorities: security, competitiveness, the green and energy transition, and democratic values and the rule of law. In other words, our aim is to make Europe safer, greener, and freer. Our first priority, security. We will do our utmost to maintain a firm EU position on Russia. This means keeping up the pressure on the Kremlin through sanctions and holding them accountable for breaches of international law. For example, we will look closely into how frozen Russian assets can be reused to repair the destruction. European support to Ukraine should continue in all forms: political, economic, military, and humanitarian. Unity is a precondition for much of our assistance, and maintaining it will thus be a central task for the Swedish presidency. Furthermore, the EU's internal security also needs to be strengthened through better border surveillance and increased police cooperation. Organized crime does not stop at national borders, and neither should our efforts to fight it. Of course, you just heard about this in your previous session, and this was also one of the themes for the informal Justice and Home Affairs ministerial meeting last week. Moreover, the Swedish presidency will continue the work with the Migration and Asylum Pact, building on the progress already achieved by the French and the Czech presidency. In parallel, we need to work on the short-term problems that we are facing right now, related to the irregular migration coming in particular from the Western Balkan route. Therefore, the external dimension will naturally be on the Council's agenda in February. Our second priority is competitiveness. Today, the conditions for companies and industries to invest and grow in Europe are not as favorable as in many other parts of the world. For a long time, we have failed to address this. For instance, the single market, while working very well for goods, is less adapted to a global business environment built on flows of data and services. At the moment, the focus is naturally on how to respond to the US Inflation Reduction Act. On the one hand, we welcome the ambitious green objectives of the Biden administration. After all, it was only a few years ago that our biggest concern was that the US withdrew from the Paris Agreement. But we must also address the parts of the ERA that could have negative effects on EU industry. Further engagement with our US friends, and that is essential, is needed to minimize those negative consequences. We expect the Commission to propose measures shortly, which will be discussed at the European Council in February. However, any short-term measure to mitigate the consequences of ERA have to be complemented by a long-term perspective. Our ambition is to set out the direction for the next decade, with a focus on how we can boost European competitiveness and productivity and close the growth gap between the EU and competitors, notably in Asia, but also the United States. And therefore, we are working on a competitiveness compass which will cover a few key dimensions. Among other things, we need to step up our game when it comes to research and development. We need to get serious about better regulation, or rather say more serious about better regulation. And we need to continue to accelerate the green and digital transition of our economy. And therefore, the Swedish presidency will make sure that the EU's long-term competitiveness is on the agenda for the European Council in March. The single market's 30th anniversary and the competitiveness strategy that the European Council invited the Commission to put forward in December will serve as a useful starting point for those discussions. A competitive economy is also a prerequisite for both the green transition and for the EU to be prepared for future crises. This leads me to the third priority, green and energy transition. Climate change is one of the major global challenges of our time, and the EU is one of the world's most important climate actors. Europe must lead by example, delivering on ambitious climate goals while showing that it can be combined with growth and competitiveness. On the Fit for 55 package, the European Parliament and the Czech presidency concluded several important agreements. Still many files remain, not least in the energy area. Our task will be to reach the finish line on the Fit for 55 package. We have no illusions that it will be easy, but it is a priority for us. On energy, both energy security and energy prices will be important issues to handle. To achieve this, more fossil-free energy with high security of supply is needed. That means renewable energy, and it also means nuclear energy. Of course, with respect to each country's right to decide its own energy mix. As soon as the Commission presents the proposal on an electricity market design reform, we will begin the work. Last but not least, our fourth and final priority is democratic values and the principle of rule of law. This is the core of the European Union. This is what we are. Independent courts and responsive democratic institutions are necessary for the trust between member states and the deep political, legal and economic cooperation that we have. If we want citizens' rights to be protected everywhere across the Union and the single market to function, we must uphold the rule of law. The Swedish presidency plans to continue the country-specific discussions with 5 member states, Slovakia, Finland, Belgium, Bulgaria and the Czech Republic. We will also maintain the Article 7 procedures on the agenda and hold additional hearings and updates from the Commission on the state of play, depending on how the situation evolves. We are also planning a symposium in June in Stockholm to take a closer look at the tools at our disposal and discuss how we can better uphold the rule of law in the Union at all levels. The Swedish presidency and all those involved in it will work around the clock to help make Europe safer, greener and freer. And I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and take part in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. State Secretary. Thank you so much, dear Christian. I only see some 10-15 names here, but I know that more than that have requests for the floor, so don't be afraid, you are at the list. Now I give the floor to the Vice President of the European Parliament, our very good and close friend Othmar Karas, and please.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, you can see we have also a translation in German, so I will switch to my mother tongue. Sehr geehrter Herr
Mr. Chairman, State Secretary, dear colleagues, I would like to, at the top, start with 3 thoughts I'd like to share with you. Now, first of all, I think I can speak on all of your behalf to thank the Speaker of the Swedish Riksdag, Andreas Norlén, and the Chairperson of the EU Affairs Committee, Hans Wallmark, for the invitation and the brilliant organization of this very important conference. It's important that we all meet here in Stockholm. And secondly, I would like to congratulate the Swedish Parliament because it makes an excellent contribution to the program of the Swedish Council Presidency. Following the motto of a greener, safer and freer Europe, which is going to address the current challenges that Europe is facing. And thirdly, I have something to ask all of us and all of you, and especially this goes out to the representatives of our national parliaments. Because we tend to talk about the program of the presidency, just about it. So in a way, we have this tendency to delegate a matter to others, expect others to turn something into practice. Mind you, however, we're talking about a program here that draws on the people of this continent, all the way from the local and community up to the European level. And none of these questions we're addressing here are only focusing on Europe, because everything that has been addressed in this conference already is extremely relevant for everyone. When people work day in, day out on political levels and political party groups, wherever people meet and come together. So hence my clarion call to all of you. Let us all embrace the program of the EU Swedish presidency. This must be a shared program for all of us, and this will become more and more necessary going forward, because everything that's going to be talked about here today will only make sense and can only be put into practice if we get the majorities for those programs in our national parliaments and really address the European public. Because there's so many different competences here and there, they're closely interwoven, and when we work, we have a number of things that we need to bear in mind. Majority votes and unanimity, political competences, European will, which looks differently in member states. Now, if we are just focusing our debates on debating competencies and who's in charge, well, what will happen and may happen is that citizens turn away from Europe. If we just boil down our debate to a power struggle of competences, we will not be in a position to rake in the majorities that we urgently need to put all of those agendas into practice. So here's what I want you to do. Please embrace the program. It must be a program of our shared concern. What we need first and foremost today in Europe is unity, resolution, and indeed political will, the political will to act together. 2023 should not be the year of polemicizing populism or nationalistic confrontation. 2023 indeed must be a year of European unity. Today we're confronted with multiple crises, more than ever in our history since 1945. The war in Ukraine has shattered many foundations that we were taking for granted in those past decades. And it's true that we need to support Ukraine with everything that we have at our disposal. But at the same time, we have to engage in a debate about the security of the European Union, as also the Swedish citizens and the Swedish Parliament has shown by applying for NATO membership. We need to be ready to embrace change and live it out. I think our strategic compass could be a good foundation for national parliaments, because there are increasing efforts to bolster security and defense policies, and they also want to establish a European Defence Union and to revise it based on your strategic compasses. It's not about changing or undermining competencies. And what that means is all policies in national parliaments or national governments must be in line with the goal of the strategic compass. If you will, the strategic compass is really the blueprint for a security debate in Europe. Now, already we talked about the asylum and migration problems in Europe today. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, let's be very blunt and say we failed, all of us. Because the proposed solutions have not been implemented so far, because no political will and no majority was reached at the European level. Now, unless we adopt the migration and asylum package this year, the European parliamentary elections next year, and also the next national elections, no matter when they take place, we will see the extremists and the anti-Europeans who are opposed to collaboration that will be gaining a share of the vote. So it's hinging on all of us. The energy price crisis is also a problem that has come to the fore in the past year. And it's absolutely true that we need to reduce dependencies, but at the same time, we need to reform the energy markets, and we need to finally adopt the Fit for 55 package, because we need to be united to join the fight against climate change and put measures into practice. The two things are closely related to one another. But now, I know full well there are different opinions here, but I'd like to address this topic anyway. The results of the conference on the future of Europe must not be ignored, must not be put on the back burner, because we need to deal with the outcomes of the findings of the future of Europe. This is a question about credibility, and also it ties to the question of how we in the European Union as a community are able and competent to act together. Many proposals made by the EU Swedish presidency are looking also at the increase of efficiency and ability to act of Europe. So this is very laudable, and it needs to be implemented credibly so. And because the implementation of the results of the Conference on the Future of Europe is so closely related to the strengthening of liberal democracy. And it's true to say that, yes, liberal democracy is under pressure, both externally and internally. Democracy and parliamentarianism are no longer self-evident. We need to appreciate them more. We need to fight for them, defend them, day in, day out, beyond national, political or ideological borders. Now, for all of us, we are the representatives of the citizens. We are representatives of the public voices in the heart of democracy. And this is why that task is a shared effort for all of us, a very important one. Colleagues, we all need to embrace those challenges with more courage for action, courage for change, courage for more seriousness, courage for unity, and really we need to muster the political will to act in unison rather than apportioning blame on one another. So essentially we need more seriousness in the political debate and honesty. I'd like to finish with a quote from Jean-Claude Juncker, who once said, "Europe is not a boxing ring. Europe is a place where we're trying to shape history rather than being shaped by history." And all of the priorities of the EU Swedish presidents that we are hearing about can only be put into practice if we're all ready not to fight against each other and set a distinct profile for us individually, but to shape history with more honesty, responsibility, and vision. And when I talk about Europe, I'm obviously talking about pulling along the national parliaments and the European Parliament, because we are the ones that ensure the political majorities to implement our political goals. So with that in mind, it's going to be a very difficult year ahead of us. But putting those priorities into practice truly is what I think a key to make the European Union more able to act stronger, greener, digital, and more competitive.
Liebe Ottmar, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, dear Ottmar.
And for you, all others, it's restricted to 1.5 minutes, and it's still 90 seconds in the Swedish way of counting time. And first at my list is Pierre-Alexandre Anglade. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two priorities for the next 6 months if we want to be efficient and to preserve a Europe of peace, liberty and prosperity. First, the war on Ukraine. Let us not be naive. Putin does not want to destroy Ukraine and Ukrainians. He wants to destroy Europe and redefine the order of security and the democratic order on our own continent. And if we want to be absolutely efficient in our support to Ukraine, and to bring Ukraine to victory, then we need to speed up because the Russian firepower is growing, and we need to help the Ukrainians to defend. We need to give more arms to Ukraine and to speed up the delivery of these weapons. The delivery of tanks is good news, but we also need to step up and to have arms deliveries that will allow Ukraine to carry out an efficient counteroffensive and to reconquer the occupied territories. The second priority for the next 6 months, it is the defense and protection of our industrial sovereignty for today's industries and tomorrow's industry. And the response to the American IRA is a European IRA to have a simple means to efficiently decarbonize our economy. Thank you.
Merci, Pierre-Alexandre. Christian Buchmann, please.
Sorry.
I would like to welcome the priorities of the EU presidency, especially the measures that refer to countering Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine, and also as far as the considerations on competitiveness and the resilience of the European economies is concerned, the energy transition, and also the rule of law. Now, all of these are very important priorities that you have mentioned. Now, many of you in this room will know that the European neighbourhood policy for many years indeed has had a perspective towards Western Balkan nations, and it's therefore that we welcome that there's a continued focus on the region of the Western Balkans, and also against the backdrop of what's happening in Ukraine and Moldova. I would like to ask the Swedish presidency to further increase its efforts on those countries in particular. Now, we also mentioned that in our upcoming plenary meeting in May, we're going to talk about the single market. And I do think, indeed, that the European economy works well in concerted action with national states in order to generate and preserve prosperity and good and safe jobs. And that also means that when it comes to resource management, critical infrastructure, supply chain management, and in international trade agreements make good progress and not let up, because we need to strengthen the European economy at large to secure jobs and to maintain social security on our continent.
Vielen Dank, Christian. Susanna Sumeluzzo.
Thank you very much, Christian.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Spanish delegation would like to also express our total support to the priorities of your presidency, and we would like to recall that often we've got to look behind and see why we are here. And we've just overcome, when we just overcome the pandemic, there was a war at the very doors of the European Union with some values which go against our values, the values that we defend, tolerance and democracy. There is authoritarianism, there is denial of human rights, and also the institutional order and our rules. That is why we support peace and security, which is one of the priorities of this presidency. And we would like to also support multilateralism and to coordinate our efforts with the United Nations, because our problems are global. So we do support your presidency and all your priorities. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Susanna. Danuta Jaślowiecka, please.
Thank you. This is very important for every country, at least every country of Europe, to go hand in hand implementing the priorities of Swedish presidency in terms of providing comprehensive support to Ukraine fighting against Russian aggression. To emphasize not only the Ukrainians' current needs related to winter and Russia's destruction of Ukraine's critical infrastructure, including energy, but also the importance of maintaining support for Ukraine in the short and the long term in the military, humanitarian, political, economic, and legal dimension. In particular, to support the efforts of Swedish presidency in further strengthening and the sanction pressure on Russia, as well as activities for European integration and reconstruction of Ukraine, is our European responsibility. As Othmar Karas said, European unity is our strength, of which Russia is afraid. Also important is to share the need of legal support in efforts to bring to justice the perpetrators of crime committed in Ukraine. We should not wait for the end of the war. We are obliged to do it just now. Thanking you for the invitation and with the excellent organization of the meeting, I wish the Swedish presidency all the best.
Thank you so much, Danuta. Vytautas Gapsis.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, first of all, let me congratulate Swedish colleagues on the presidency of the EU Council. Lithuania shares the priorities of the presidency and is ready to support Sweden in reaching progress as much as possible. We also fully approve your determination to continue the support for Ukraine, coordinate the reconstruction of the country, and support its European ambitions. We are glad that EU-NATO declaration was signed. Our full support is with Sweden on your way to become a NATO member. We congratulate that the agreement on the sustainability of European Peace Facility was reached. Sustainable financing for defense will translate into tangible capabilities. Strong deterrence is better than fighting back. The macro-financial support package for Ukraine of 18 billion euro is a significant achievement. However, the situation in Ukraine is constantly changing, so it is important to be flexible and be prepared to consider additional funding opportunities. The war revealed that we have already entered an era when energy or natural resources become a new kind of weapon. In the end, it is essential to achieve complete independence from Russia. Therefore, we consider the development of renewable energy as one of the main priorities, as it may help not only achieve climate change targets, but also energy independence from undemocratic countries. Finally, speaking about single market initiatives, there are two things that we hope the Swedish presidency will successfully achieve: an extension of trade liberalization with Ukraine and final adoption of EU anti-coercion instrument. Lithuania is looking forward to working together with the presidency in achieving all the priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vytautas. Jean-François Rapin, please.
Monsieur le Président,
Chairman, competitivity is one of your priorities with energy transition and greener transition. That is why sustainable transition is something that meets our approval. We are also very interested between the green transition and growth, especially in agriculture. some greening of agriculture is going to increase production. But that is also a problem for the European as a whole in view of the war in Ukraine. We want to make sure that this remains a priority for the whole of Europe. We also think that electronic trade and computerized trade is a priority. This is very important for us to review the rules of trade between our countries. And do you think that the European Union can become an industrial leader without changing the present code of trade? We are also in favor of the Convention of Europe of Human Rights. This is concern for us in France because it puts into question the role of the European Court of Justice when it deals with foreign policy. This also entails some difficulties with a double risk that is to find a loophole around the treaties, and this could imperil the global security and our foreign borders. This is something that we would like to see dealt with because it is not possible for us to accept that there are loopholes around our rules. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Compromise, solidarity, equity, respect, all of these principles are essential in politics, maintaining peace and the union. This is something that we see all the time with also the present trend to radicalization and also the consequences for our democracies in Europe. Europe is a country of free expression, continent of freedom, and it is very important to defend our values and rights for our liberties and the respect of others. The first semester 2024, Belgium will be chairing the Council after our Spanish colleagues, and also we will have the Hungarian presiding. So we will work with all concerned, and I'm sure that our presidency will be a tool to reinforce public opinion in the European domain. We are pursuing objectives of equality, and as Sweden, which is very active in this field, Belgium will also have as a big priority equality between men and women during its presidency. And gender could be one of the themes that we choose to deal with, knowing that we want to have more and more equality, more and more integration in our policies, and equality between men and women is not only a principle, but it is something that will help for a more peaceful and more sustainable world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These priorities are indeed very important, but I wish to draw, dear colleagues, your attention to one aspect that should not be out of sight, and that is enlargement. European perspective is more important than ever, especially after the Russian aggression on Ukraine. So we must strive, and I ask the Swedish presidency as well to help with these efforts, strive to help our friends from the Western Balkans on their way to the European integrations, and I'm particularly happy that Bosnia and Herzegovina was granted the status of a candidate country. We also must help our Ukrainian and Moldovan friends in their efforts to draw closer to the Union, but we must also try to rectify one injustice that was done last year, at least in my view, and that is granting Georgia a status of the candidate country. Also, there is a matter of Kosovo as well. Kosovo that made its bid to join the European Union. I look very favorably on it, and I think that we all should. It is in the interest of the stability of the region of the Western Balkans, which has historically been an exporter of instability. It is in its interest to draw closer to the Union because I see Union as a guarantee for peace, stability and cooperation, not only in the region but on the continent as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Domagoj. I give the floor to Ria Oomen-Ruijten, please.
Yes, Mr. President, may I start by wishing you all the best during the 5 months of your presidency. I also want to thank you for your warm hospitality. We agree on the security focus on Ukraine. That is a subject which the Netherlands works on. Then, Mr. President, what I missed in the presentation of the priorities is a special attention to migration. After the dossiers which we already have on the table, we could work on it so that there will be a solution. Besides, after the perfect introduction of Mr. Danielsson, who has an excellent name in Europe, I remember, I would like to know what are the proposals you absolutely must have reached. And then last but not least, from the Netherlands, high appreciation of the energy transformation. And finally, I would like to say to Mr. Othmar Karas that he has an impressive speech with his strategic compass and also with the migration policies which are so of major importance for Europe. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Ria. Then we go to Vasil Dinkuchu.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Chairman, dear colleagues, I would like to thank you for your very warm welcome. This is the first time that I'm here with you, and I'm pleasantly surprised by the cold climate, but people's warm hearts. First of all, we are pleased to see the ambitious objectives of the Swedish presidency. We are very pleased with the fact that it will deal with the Romania and Bulgaria coming into the Schengen fold. And we're very encouraged by the declaration of Mr. Williamson. It is important for us that the Swedish presidency gives us a wider support, as well as many states in the European Union. And I'm thinking of the European report on justice and the rule of law, and also the fact that we need to abide by the Schengen rules. Romania is pleased to have the support of these states. Madame Johansson made a public declaration that Romania and Bulgaria have contributed to a safe space in Schengen. So I would like to thank you for all your support in this bid from Romania and Bulgaria. Thank you very much.
Ruben Moreno, por favor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have talked about the priorities of the Swedish priority, amongst them the security in Europe and of maintaining the pressure against Russia. But the pressure against the European Union doesn't only come directly from Russia through Ukraine. No, we have indirect pressures as well to deal with. And here the European Union must maintain its unity, for example, vis-à-vis Turkey in its relationship with Greece, and or vis-à-vis Turkey regarding the joint entry of Finland and Sweden in NATO. We cannot accept blackmail, even if somebody burned a Quran in front of the Turkish embassy. And we cannot admit and allow other blackmail coming from the countries of Northern Africa, especially in Spain. The European Union defends certain principles and values, but it must also defend its security, its safety and leadership in the world. Because respect is won, beginning with our own territory. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ruben. Luis Capolas Santos.
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of the Portuguese Parliament, I would like to congratulate Sweden on the priorities of its presidency. They respond to the difficult circumstances we are living through and are aligned with the program of the trio and the European Commission's work program for 2023. Recently, we promoted a debate on this subject in the Portuguese Parliament, which confirmed the wide consensus that exists in Portugal on the priority that should be given to European unity and to our common security, which involves, in the first instance, unconditional political, military and financial support for Ukraine. On this matter, there is no place for ambiguities. As the Nobel Prize laureate Desmond Tutu said, if someone became neutral in situation of injustice, choose the oppressor's side. We also welcome Sweden's intention to join NATO, and we strongly condemn the political hypocrisy of Turkey, which, while aspiring to have Sweden as a partner in the European Union, rejects the country in NATO. Addressing these constraints in a context of war in Europe, and at the same time having the ambition to ensure the EU's competitiveness by combating climate change, promoting a green agenda, and accelerating the energy and digital transitions while respecting the rule of law and democratic values are correct and ambitious objectives that we share and that we are available to contribute to achieving. Portugal, which is the Swedish presidency's the greatest success. Thank you.
Obrigado, Luis.
Thank you.
Then we go to Davor Ivo Stier.
Thank you, Chair. And let me link the thematic priorities of the Swedish presidency with some of the geographic priorities of its predecessor, the Czech Republic, and the successor, the Spanish presidency. During the Czech presidency, we had an EU Western Balkans summit, and I think that a lot has been achieved during the Czech presidency in terms of, for example, as my colleague Domagoj Hajdukovic said, granting Bosnia and Herzegovina the status of candidate. We would like, during the Swedish presidency, to see, of course, to sustain that effort. There is a possibility of having a breakthrough in the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. We certainly look forward to the possibility of seeing Kosovo in the United Nations, as well as we would like to see also the doors widely open for Serbia and all the other countries in the Western Balkans for EU membership. Now, for the Spanish presidency, we will have certainly a EU CELAC with Latin America summit. And here, Commissioner Johansson already expressed some of the security issues, but I think, of course, we need to link that with the rule of law, democracy, especially in that triangle of Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And that is extremely important also to have the support of the Global South to all our endeavors in terms of defending democracy and our values that are today attacked by the Russian aggression. Thank you.
Thank you, Davor Ivo. Then Dr. Anton Hofreiter.
Thank you very much. On our behalf, I can also say that your priorities are very positive. I think one of the main tasks for the coming months and years for all of us is to manage multiple crises at the same time. The climate emergency, Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine, China's attack also on democratic states. Let's not forget that either. And I think with all the happiness and relief that we all experience by delivering main battle tanks to Ukraine, we shouldn't stop there. Russia continues to attack, and therefore our national parliaments also must maintain the critical pressure in order to increase the volumes of arms deliveries for Ukraine to defend itself. As far as the climate crisis is concerned, this is not going to stop either. Day in, day out, we need to step up pressure here, especially the rollout of renewable energies. And as far as the Western Balkan regions is concerned, I think we should accelerate processes here, because what I'm seeing here is taking way too long. I cannot imagine that the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine should also face those long drawn-out processes. So we need to also reach out to President Vučić. I think he's going the wrong way, and we really need to support Sweden and Finland in their ambitions to join NATO, because it's not acceptable what Turkey is doing.
Vielen Dank, Anton. Niels Flemming Hansen from Denmark.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Swedish government and my dear friend Hans Wallmark for hosting us. From the Danish side, we are very optimistic and happy for your priorities towards safety, competitive ability, green transition, and democratic values. From the Danish side, we would like to say that countries who threatens the European Union, such as Russia, should be hit hard with sanctions, and we will continue to fight above our weight class, so to speak, on supporting Ukraine and the green transition. Thank you.
Mange tack, Niels. Then we go to Dimitris Kairidis, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you not only for the hospitality, but also for a very well-managed meeting that has managed to cover a lot of ground in a very brief time. And thanks to the Swedish presidency, I wish them all the best in their very worthy priorities. I'm not gonna focus on Turkey. I think my Spanish, Portuguese and German colleague have done an excellent job on that. But I want to take the opportunity now that we have the Swedish representative in front of us to ask, following up to the question I made in the previous session, about what one might call the geostrategic naivete of Europe that persists as a problem. We are in a country that is famous for the protection of freedom of speech, for its welcoming of migrants, for very worthy causes, and bravo for all that. But we have seen that authoritarian anti-Europeans have used migration against Europe, not only Putin, but also Erdogan in the Aegean and now in Libya. And we have the recent burning of the Quran. This is portrayed by some naive people as freedom of speech, but it is being used by Putin to divide us and by Erdogan to accuse Sweden. So I wonder, given this internal dimension of the external threat posed by Russia and other friends of Russia in our vicinity, if it is time now to move away from this naivete and to be more suspicious and where to strike the balance between real protection of worthy rights and the geostrategic undermining of Europe by Putin and his friends like Erdogan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. Alessandro Giglio Vigna, please.
Grazie.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, dear Chair, the Mediterranean is a crucial area for the entire continent, not only for countries overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, and we must focus on this geographic area because the stability of Europe and of the entire continent depends on this critical area. We must focus on the redistribution of migrants and charges of migrants arriving in the Mediterranean by sea. We're also dealing with energy supply and energy independence of the Union and other important issues. I would also like to mention the directive on food, specifically the labeling of food products, because this is worrying in our country, in the southern European countries, because this may exclude products from shelves of in other European countries. And I would also like to mention the objectives of the green transition, which we all agree upon, but in light of the inflation and the soaring energy costs, we must deal with these in a concrete manner, and not only ideologically, because the risk for many families and many economies of the European Union is that this will have a significant impact on the transition strategy. So we must work hand in hand with transition and development, because a zero-impact continent can only be achieved by a zero unemployment continent. Thank you, Chair.
Arber Ademi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate Sweden for taking over the presidency with the EU Council. We welcome your focus in the priority areas. North Macedonia is fully in line with the presidency regarding the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, especially when it comes to the political, economic, military and humanitarian support. We also welcome the presidency readiness to continue the EU integration process of the Western Balkans and to follow up on the European Committee decision to grant a candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova and to offer an EU perspective to Georgia. We are waiting a decision for visa liberalization for Kosovo, and of course we are waiting the open doors for Montenegro and Serbia. Dear colleagues, we strongly believe that the future of our countries lies in the EU. North Macedonia is ready to prove it with a particular effort on the EU reform agenda. The country is a leader in the region and beyond in the culture of dialogue and compromise. We expect the screening to be completed by the end of this year, after which we will start the negotiations by clusters. In the meantime, we have to change our constitution in order to include the Bulgarian community. It is good that we have a political consensus for the membership in the EU as our strategic goal, and I hope that the opposition will get engaged in these processes, including in the process of amending the constitution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Arber. Earl Kinnell, you may use English, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I add my thanks to you and your team for this immaculately organised meeting, and also for the generosity of yesterday evening. The Swedish presidency programme's first item is security and defence, and it makes special reference to the importance of including other partners in this vital area. The post-Brexit arrangements between the UK and the EU concluded so far do not include any agreement on cooperation in foreign policy, security and defence. At the time, the British government view was that this would be dealt with on an ad hoc basis, and my committee was especially critical of that approach. Russia's shameful invasion of the Ukraine has shown this to be an unsatisfactory state of affairs, although I believe that the Western liberal democracies' actions have been very strong and coordinated, and I pay tribute to the EU structures which have done so well and have exuded unity, and also and especially to NATO. My committee will report shortly and will very much share the aspirations of the presidency in the area of security and defence, and will recommend strongly addressing the UK-EU gap. As we all know, there are other threats from other authoritarian regimes apart from Russia, and a stronger and better coordinated cooperation among the liberal democracies will help lessen those threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Andris Spruts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We in Latvia definitely fully share the Swedish presidency priorities. Certainly, security is top priority, and support for Ukraine is vital here. Just a few weeks ago, staying in a bomb shelter during the missile attack on civilian targets, one may strongly realize this is existential threat to Europe and also as an attack actually on European values and lifestyle. So that's why apart from all support provided to Ukraine, I think two things still must be distinguished. One is we should promote legislation which allows to confiscate frozen assets of Russian Federation, Russian oligarchs, because this would be very important for reconstruction of Ukraine. And second one, the Euro-Atlantic integration for Ukraine, for Moldova, for Georgia, for our Western partners must remain high on agenda. We should be ambitious as well in domestic internal development, so I think strategic compass is an important step, but we should still use effectively the tools like PESCO, like peace facility, to promote military mobility, to promote military industry, to make ourselves more resilient. Last but not least, when Sweden and Finland joins NATO, 23 countries out of 27 European countries will be also NATO members. So EU-NATO cooperation certainly must be strengthened to be made also more efficient, to avoid duplication, but at the same time to complement each other in making ourselves more powerful and resilient. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Andris. Peter Kmec.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Slovak delegation, let me congratulate you on your presidency and thank you very much for your hospitality. Set of Swedish presidency priorities is very timely and very pressing, and Slovakia fully supports them. As rightly mentioned by State Secretary Danielson, we face two general challenges. That's unity and resilience. When it comes to unity, we need to show it especially when it comes to the war in Ukraine, where we need to continue our humanitarian, economic, and also military assistance. And unity will be also very important from the perspective of building the new European security architecture. When it comes to resilience, we need to continue building a new set of tools in order to face internal and external threats and challenges. And concept of EU strategic autonomy is very important, should be further developed, because now it's up to European Union to lift political and military power from the ground and show it in the global affairs. I would shortly mention energy security. That is very important and very critical, especially to Central Europe, now facing the threat from Russia. New taxonomy is very important that allows inclusion of nuclear and gas in the energy mix, and Slovakia fully welcomes that, and also full support of Swedish aspirations to NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Rainer Robra, please.
Ja, schönen Dank.
Thank you very much. The priorities of the Swedish presidency that were just presented by State Secretary Danielsson were presented in a very convincing way, and the German Bundesrat, the upper chamber, will support this in all possible ways. And COSAC is normally the guardian of competences and subsidiarity as well as proportionality. And this is why, when it comes to the further development and the adoption of legislation that falls under the Swedish presidency, I would like to ask you to also bear in mind those criteria. I am thinking in particular of the European Media Freedom Act. We are not questioning this. It's not about the how, it's about the if. So we wonder whether it has to be a regulation. Do we need new authorities for this? Because Germany has specific traditions and also has a specific constitutional setting to bear in mind. And let me point out to those detailed issues that should never be forgotten. Thank you very much.
Rainer?
Thank you very much, Rainer.
Tack så mycket, herr ordförande.
Thank you very much.
Swedish priorities are very well chosen. I remember March last year when we met in Paris, roughly 1 week after the Russian unlawful full-scale attack against Ukraine. Then practically everybody said that we have to speed up the green transition to stop funding the war machine by Putin. We have learned that green transition is not just environmental and industrial policy, it's also security policy. I'm very glad that the energy dependence on Russia has been decreased dramatically in most EU countries during the last year, but we have to reach full independence from that. I remember when 20 years ago some foundations of EU climate policy were laid, like emission trading. Big part of the energy business was afraid and reluctant. Now, in many countries, including my own, energy business is proud of what they have already achieved and is very eager to continue decarbonizing the energy sector. And well, this is a welcome development, and we have to reach the same kind of development also in terms of biodiversity issues. Thank you.
Kiitos, Satu. Denitsa Simenova, please.
Dear Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, during last year's COSAC plenary meeting in France, I had an intriguing conversation with a colleague. It was only a few days after Russia invaded Ukraine, and all of us, COSAC participants, were invited in the famous cloakroom in the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the very same room where on the 9th of May 1950, Robert Schuman gave the speech launching the plan for a European coal and steel community. My colleague and I then asked ourselves, what if Schuman enters the room now? Wouldn't he ask us, what have we done for all these years? Have we moved any further as a union in the defense and the security domains, in securing our prosperity and resilience, in protecting the democratic values and the rule of law? Today, I believe the Swedish presidency has really put a focus on exactly these crucial topics that our union needs to address. Bulgaria fully endorses the strong commitment of the Swedish presidency to security and support for Ukraine. In addition, we believe we will be stronger with Sweden and Finland in NATO, and we shall keep supporting Ukraine's path to the EU and NATO. We also support the EU integration of the Western Balkans. To defend democracy, we must take specific actions to counter hybrid threats, focus on media literacy, and safeguard investigative journalists. I call on the presidency to prioritize the topic of supporting journalists who are residing on the territory of the European Union, who are on the Kremlin's wanted list. Such is the case with the Bulgarian investigative journalist, Mr. Hristo Grozev. And last but not least, I would like to remind you again that unity is our strongest asset. Only together can we find solutions to common problems such as migration and organized crime. And as Commissioner Johansson also said in the last session, the Schengen area and our borders will be safer with Bulgaria and Romania in it. And I urge you today to support this decision, which is about time to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Denitsa. We go to Konstantinos Estafacio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The well-targeted priorities of the Swedish presidency reflect unequivocally the way Europe needs to evolve, overcoming the multifaceted crisis. The EU as a whole requires institutions and member states whose actions abide at all times by the common values of the EU and international law without exceptions, unconditionally and by avoiding the logic of double standards. Rightfully, our response to the Russian invasion in Ukraine has been collective and steadfast. It is the same response that one would expect from the EU for the fact that Turkey, for 49 years now, has been occupying part of Cyprus, continuously challenges Cyprus' exclusive economic zone, and instrumentalizes migrants by channeling them not only via Greece, but also through the areas under Turkish military occupation. The same country which now blackmails Sweden's accession to NATO. A small comment on the priority of democratic values and the rule of law. Unfortunately, Europe lacks inspirational leadership. I have not only intention to offend anyone, but I have to admit that I grew up in the time when Europe was lucky enough to have leaders like Willy Brandt and Olof Palme, who really inspired my generation because of their vision and alignment to the values and principles of democracy, humanism, and solidarity. Given this current situation, we must therefore realize that we, the politicians, need to inspire people and give to the European citizen a vision not in abstracto, not only in words or action plans, but with concrete actions that will meet their real concerns in their everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Konstantinos. Giulio Maria Terzi di Sant'Agata, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, thank you for organizing this meeting. As far as Ukraine, my country offers its unwavering support to these heroes of and defenders of the sovereignty of their country and of Europe. We also must focus on justice. There are at least 65,000 crimes which are committed by the invaders. On human rights, the EU needs to continue in its commitment, especially if we consider the revolts in Iran, atrocious episodes, and the tortures which keep happening in Iran. And then, of course, the reform of the European governance, which was also mentioned by the presidency. Europe is based on rules which must be reviewed to be able to enable businesses to be able to deal in a competitive manner, not only vis-a-vis American companies, but also Chinese competitors who do not respect any rules. So we must make an effort in this respect, especially if we consider development and growth as our final objective. Thank you.
Stefan Musoiu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, we are aware that Sweden took over of the Council presidency during time of multiple challenges, the war in Ukraine, the energy security issues, the rising level of inflation and of energy prices, among others. And therefore, I believe that strong cooperation, coordination and solidarity are needed more than ever to support Sweden's ambitious priorities for this semester. In this regard, Sweden's efforts to continue supporting Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova are greatly appreciated, as well as its efforts to address issues related to migration, the rule of law and the fundamental rights and green and digital transitions. We thank the Swedish presidency for assuming an active role and leading the way to facilitate a positive conclusion of our Schengen enlargement dossier. We are confident that we can reach a positive resolution of this file, which would be a just result of our common efforts, but also much needed confirmation of European unity and solidarity in difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan. We go to Boglarka Iles, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hungary welcomes the Swedish presidency of the Council and its ambitious and clear objectives for the next 5 months. All of us know the EU faces a more insecure, competitive and rapidly changing environment, so I would like to strengthen. The presidency can count on Hungary's contribution to restore the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And that's why we are delighted to welcome even more our European partners from both the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnerships as candidate countries. We hope to see Georgia among new candidate countries soon, because we are convinced EU enlargement is a necessary precondition for EU stability and prosperity. And Hungary is also dedicated to working with the presidency in order to make the European green transition environmentally, economically and socially sustainable. We also appreciate the presidency's readiness to act immediately regarding the reform of our energy market. I would like to underline, we would like to strengthen our energy sovereignty and continue to make use of renewable energy sources, but this requires that Hungary received the EU funds it is entitled to. We count on support the presidency and wish luck in achieving goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Boglarka. Bojan Kekec.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. All 4 priorities that the Sweden addressing during its presidency are very important, as they open up the most current challenges we face. I will reflect on a green and energy transition in my discussion. The European Green Deal aims to make Europe climate neutral by 2050, boost the economy through green technology, create sustainable industry and transport, and cut pollution. The Commission action plans, policies and reforms are well laid out, but we lack a regulatory body that would intervene in emergency cases of abnormal electrical energy prices. And what is now our reality? Increase of electrical energy prices that are happening now have no real basis. In Slovenia, companies conclude contracts for the supply of electricity between 400 and 500 euros per megawatts, while the production price in power plants is around 30 euros. Where does this difference go? Even if the difference is covered by the government through subsidies, it is our taxpayers' money that disappears somewhere in energy lobbies. There are no real grounds for this. It is precisely for this reason that I believe that in such cases a common regulatory body is necessary to limit such speculation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bojan. We go to Yurida Tabaku.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I really appreciate discussion today on the priorities of the Swedish presidency. It's totally understandable that we are in a different now geostrategic situation, and the priorities had to adapt to that. Energy, security, of course. It was said here earlier that Europe has never been more united, but it was needed a war to show us how fragile Europe is and how fragile the Western Balkans are. We don't need another aggression to continue with the accession process in the Western Balkans, and I really appreciate the experience that Mr. Danielsson has in the region to be used as a promoter to push the accession of the Western Balkans. Kosovo, it's needed to support the application for the accession process. Albania and North Macedonia, of course, to continue with negotiations now after the screening, and of course, Bosnia. I believe that this is the future for the region and also for EU. It's better with the Western Balkans in it than with the Western Balkans out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yurida. We go to Ukraine. Ivana Klimpush-Tsitsadze. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, we obviously in Ukraine and from Ukraine very much value the Swedish presidency priorities and see that you are and are grateful that you are paying specific attention to the fight of Ukrainian people for their sovereignty and independence. So we understand very well that Russian Federation's goal is definitely to eradicate the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian nation from the map of the world. But at the same time, we understand if we do not stop Russia in Ukraine at this particular moment altogether, then the European free nations will be the next target of its conquest, of this conquering activities of Russian Federation and their appetites. So being highly appreciative of all the military, financial, political, sanction support that you and your nations have been giving to Ukraine up till now, we also want to underline it's not yet time to rest on our laurels. We do need to ensure the sustainable, urgent delivery of weaponry and continued pressure on the Russian Federation in order to ensure that we all together get to the victory over authoritarianism and terrorism. And one more thing, we are grateful for the historic decision on candidate status for Ukraine, but also are hoping that there will be additional ambition and readiness among the European nations to help us to further proceed to the accession talks. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ivana. Thank you to Rada, and thank you to the courageous Ukrainian people. Elvira Kovac.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues. The priorities of the Swedish presidency reflect long-held positions within the EU that also respond to the current geopolitical and economic challenges facing the Union. Long-standing Swedish commitment to the European path of the Western Balkans is reflected in development cooperation with the majority of the countries in the region. Sweden is the third largest donor in Serbia and the largest donor in the environmental field. Sweden believes that non-EU countries who want to join it should have great opportunities to do so. However, there are equally strong reasons why those who are joining it should be able to meet the strict criteria for membership. Serbia is aware of the changed circumstances and that after the 24th of February and the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the European Union emphasizes on foreign policy and compliance with the EU sanctions on Russia will be criteria of progress in the negotiation process. There is no dilemma whether Serbia shares a common security vision of Europe. We have demonstrated support and solidarity with Ukraine. Not only did we condemn Russia's aggression and did not support referendums in the 4 regions, but we are also providing economic and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Serbia has condemned Russian aggression in international bodies and given its full support to the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In light of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, further efforts must be undertaken to make the European perspective of the Western Balkans region a reality and to resolve open issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Maka Bocciorishvili. Please, Maka.
Thank you. Almost 1 year has passed since the start of Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine, which continues to challenge entire European security. Without a doubt, ensuring security and unity is the #1 priority for the European Union. At the same time, it is also clear that it is hard to safeguard without ensuring peace and security in the neighborhood. Last year, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova applied for EU membership, officially stating that we see as our future within the European family. Even though EU differentiated its response to these 3 applications, Georgia considers its European perspective as an important step forward in implementing its strategic goal. We committed ourselves to fulfilling the recommendations put forward by the European Commission, and after 6 months of tireless work, we can proudly say that we spared no efforts in addressing all of them and already achieved tangible progress in all directions. Together with the 12 recommendations, we continue implementation of our association agenda and reforms that contribute to transforming our country and making it more compatible with the European Union. Progress achieved by Georgia is undeniable, and we expect the European Union to assess our efforts accordingly and grant candidate status to Georgia to allow us to further advance our European journey together with other candidate countries without leaving space for unnecessary uncertainty. Georgia, with its actions, proved to be a reliable and committed partner for the European Union, and we aspire to expand our cooperation and contribute to important transport and energy projects to further develop the Middle Corridor and Southern Energy Corridor, which will play an important role in guaranteeing wider European security. Thank you.
Thank you, Maka. And last but not least, dear Antti Polamets from Estonia.
Dear participants, it's a very different way to make politics and lead the country when a terrible sound of air sirens is everywhere, like in Ukraine, what I experienced in the center of Lviv. It's a very different world when these sirens are sounding around us. And it's highly important that the Swedish presidency is concentrating to this sovereignty of Ukraine and dealing with security and support to Ukraine. And it's difficult to achieve other results without helping Ukraine, without achieving victory in Ukraine, because Russia broke all rules of international law, legal order, and how we guarantee rule of law when the biggest country in Europe is attacked by ballistic missiles every week. All neighbor countries of Russia will be under the threat when Russia succeeds. All neighbor countries, from Kazakhstan to Estonia, Poland, Lithuania, and all others, all EU is under the threat when there is slightest chance to broadening the conflict. We never know what is in the sick mind of Putin, how he wants to end this war and broaden this war. And this is a test for us, how we manage this crisis. Then we manage other crises. This is an easy cake for other crises. And our biggest question is just not how to manage the state, but right of existence of the states and nations at all. And we must give all support to Sweden and Finland in joining NATO. It's right for every nation to choose your path. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Now, Mr. State Secretary, you listen to this choir, the European choir. So, your response to every wisdom that have been outlined here in this chamber.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you for a rich and very interesting discussion. And thank you also for the support for the priorities of the Swedish presidency. But I think many of you have pointed to that it wasn't rocket science to put together these priorities. These are the priorities of Europe right now. These are the challenges of Europe. And these are also the issues that we need to address in order to be able to take on and go forward and strengthen Europe's values and what we stand for. And of course, in the first room is the support to Ukraine, as long as it takes. And that's going to call for unity, it's going to call for resilience, it's going to call for all the support that we have discussed. There was an issue mentioned, I think, among the questions, and that referred to responsibility. Tribunal for those who have committed all these crimes, crimes of aggression, crimes against humanity, genocide. And we will, of course, be very strong supporter of setting up the necessary structures. This will be done in cooperation with other organizations, but in particular in cooperation with Ukraine. It was also mentioned the issue of frozen assets, and this is also something where we are going to put efforts as a presidency in order to help that question moving forward and seeing to that we can use those assets, that those assets can be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine, which will be so important for Ukraine, so important for the people of Ukraine, but also essential for Europe. Also appreciated the support for the green transition energy, the competitiveness agenda, and not least the democracy, rule of law, which I think many of you alluded to as being the essential part of what Europe is about and what European cooperation is about. There were a couple of questions, and let me just perhaps point to some of them. There was the question of migration. Migration will be high up on our agenda. We will work hard on the migration pact. That one will not come to its end during the Swedish presidency. I think we have agreed with the work plan with the European Parliament, and we will try to follow that one. Can we accelerate? We will accelerate. In the short term, we have to address the immediate challenges as regards migration. And there are some member states that are particularly the object of those challenges. I'm thinking about Austria, I'm thinking about Belgium, I'm thinking about the Netherlands. And here it's more about how we can see to that the external border can be even more efficient, Frontex role, but also how we, in our dialogue with partners, can see to that we jointly take the responsibility of the irregular migration, in particular when it comes to the return of those who should not be in Europe, who are not admitted to be here. That's going to be something we have to work on now. It's going to figure on the European Council on the 9th of February, and it's something I can see that we are going to continue to work thereafter on. There was also a question about the accession of Romania and Bulgaria to Schengen. There should be no doubt that we will work on that dossier, and we will, as the presidency and the role of the presidency is, seeing to that that one moves forward to the extent that it's possible. And finally, there were a number of issues relating to various legal proposals that are on the table. Of course, a major part of our efforts will be to drive the agenda forward on all those altogether 305 open dossiers that are out there right now. We are in the midst of the legislative season, and that's going to take quite a lot of efforts. There was the question, which is the most important of them? Well, I wouldn't dare to go into that, but only to say there are some issues which are obviously there and needs to be addressed. One of them is Fit for 55. We need to get that into place in order to be able to meet the objective that we have set of the 55% reduction of greenhouse gases by 2030. I think I'll stop here.
Stort tack, Christian, and we give him an applause. Kära vänner, nu kommer vi...
Dear friends, it's time to conclude this chairpersons meeting of COSAC, and we will not meet again until we have the plenary session here in Stockholm in May. And if you're interested in the weather, well, I can promise you that it will be somewhat warmer in May in Stockholm compared to now in January. Lunch will be served where we had coffee earlier today. And then there is also an opportunity, if you wanted to take part of a guided tour showing you this beautiful building that we're in. And that tour will start at 2:30 sharp. And we'll meet at the information desk for that guided tour. And there you can also get a little gift that we would like to give to everyone, but try to do that before the guided tour starts. Thank you to everyone for the discussions, all the interesting interventions. When meeting Alibaba and you get that lamp, you get 3 wishes. And I assume it has to be the same when coming together with the chairpersons of national parliaments and the European Parliament. And my 3 wishes are, firstly, that our Europe will become as strong, as successful as it deserves to be. And that is why we celebrate this single market. Only through good, stable economies can we get the necessary preconditions for everything else that is important. And then secondly, and many of my dear friends here have touched upon this already, I do hope that we, Sweden and Finland, will become members of NATO. And a big, big thank you to everyone who has ratified, all the parliaments that have already ratified those applications. And to conclude, and this is my third wish, I have a book here. And it has just been translated. It's Ukrainian poetry and short stories. And Under the Ukrainian Open Sky is the title. And my third wish goes to Ukraine. I hope that we'll have a free Ukrainian sky soon. And a big thank you for everyone for these 2 days in Stockholm. Welcome back.